Hey Paul, how's it going? You there, Paul? Do you hear me? Oh, I'm not hearing you if you're saying something. Looks like, are you on a different computer?
Tim?
Yeah, hey, there you are. How's it going?
Hey. Stepped away
You,
from for a little bit.
are you on
Stacy
a,
worked last.
oh, okay. Are you on a different computer?
Yeah, for the time being.
What's up with that?
Pardon?
What's up with that?
Uh Nothing. Just seeing if it would work.
Okay.
Um I can switch over.
Okay. All right, so you all ready?
Believe so.
Okay.
Oh, that's weird.
Morning, Denise.
Tim, can you hear me okay?
I hear you well. Yes, sounds great. Morning,
Morning,
Jen.
Jen.
That's better. Good morning.
How are things at Casa de Fetter?
Very good, except for some reason my speakers reset back to a headphone system that was not plugged in, so I could not hear anybody.
They do that from time to time.
Yeah. So it's an exciting day.
Sure is.
You guys get a lot of rain last night?
Yeah, decent, decent amount down here.
There was a benefit to us because when we came downstairs this morning, we detected that the toilet had been running all night. So I was glad it didn't run my well dry.
That's a bummer, but not a bummer.
Yeah, rural living. Yay. It's amazing they haven't invented a chain or a system that doesn't involve a chain that gets caught on things.
It's one of those if it ain't broke kind of deals.
But it is broke.
Yeah, but you should stand there until the tank is full and then leave.
That's good. That's good use.
It was
I love
user
this.
error.
This is a good starting conversation for the morning.
They don't know what we're talking about. They have no idea.
They do. They do. I like it. It's good. It's small talk. It's real. It's the one downside to virtual trainings is everybody comes into the room and has fun little side conversations with each other until things begin. And we've always enjoyed that part of our training and learning experiences. So I enjoy when we can still do that.
Same.
Anybody else have small stories to share from their home life? It's
Drawing a
okay.
blank. Oh, you're putting me
Drawing
on the
a
spot,
blank,
Jen.
Tim.
Yeah.
Tim, I haven't done anything.
House? What house? I don't know what you're talking about.
Kids playing sports or
Soccer. My
soccer
daughter's in
season.
soccer shots once a week.
Yeah,
Chaotic. Bunch of 5-year-olds running around. Yeah, it's really
that's
fun.
so exciting. I love the little ones. Some are totally into it. Some are picking flowers.
Hmm. Yeah, when my oldest did it, she and another little girl would sit and pick grass and then put the grass into each other's hair. And my wife and I thought it was funny, like, oh, look at them. They're just being cute. The other little girl's father was like, you need to focus on what you're doing. It's like, whoa, dude, like it's soccer
5-year-old
shots.
focus. That's really cute, though. I love it.
Mhm.
My daughter loves to play goalie, but at this age in soccer shots, there aren't supposed to be goalies. They're just supposed to have
Right.
nets there. So I think the other
Mhm.
parents hate my kid because she's stopping their kids from
No.
scoring goals.
That's funny. She just happens to be there in front of the net. What are you gonna do?
Welcome everyone. Thanks for jumping on. We're just having some small talk before our boot camp training kicks off. We've got about 8 minutes before we get started, but thanks for logging in early. We're excited for today. And if anybody has any stories they'd like to share in the meantime, we're just chit-chatting, getting to know each other.
That's correct. Yeah, we're currently on the topic of children's sports, but we can talk about pets, house plants. I try to think about all the things people care for and love in their homes because we all have different things. So
How's the garden today, Jen?
wet. It's good. There's some weed management that I need to address. Been a little busy lately.
Like I turn around and it's a jungle in my garden. It's just, yeah, it's out of control pretty quick.
Yeah. Well, now that we live in the tropics. Climate smart home gardening. That'll be the next program we teach. What's next?
I gotta check on my peppers. I haven't checked
Yeah?
on them in a couple days. They're
I'm
supposed to turn
excited.
yellow, right? My
You have yellow monkey faces should
monkey
turn
face one.
yellow.
I gotta check on that. It was green last time I checked. But
All right. They're getting there. Let them sweeten up a little bit, more flavor. You can always eat them green. They're just not as fun. It's an exercise in patience.
like a banana. Eat it
Well,
green.
you can. That's awful. Have you ever had like a really green banana?
No.
They're very
I'd say I have.
chalky.
Hmm.
I've made that mistake out of desperation and hunger. I thought I'm just gonna eat. No bueno. Look at all the early birds. That's very exciting. I like that. Folks are excited about coming to boot camp. I'm so used to everybody showing up right on the minute or a minute after even.
Good morning, Jen and Tim. This is Jen Wald. I'm just checking my audio. Can everyone hear me?
You
Okay.
Yeah.
sound great, Jen.
Okay, perfect.
You gonna
Thank
tell
you.
us about your household activities? That's where we're small talking here this morning.
My household activity is getting ready for classes that start Monday.
Oh yeah.
That's my pretty much only activity right now. So
Welcome back to school. It's move-in week. Yay. Is it crazy in town? I was happy to get out of there.
no, it's not too bad. The students started moving in yesterday, but it's very organized. It just the stores will begin to get busy like at the end of the week. But
Yeah. Morning. Look, people who are willing to show their faces online. I love that. It's okay to be completely present.
Hey, good morning, Jen, Tim, Doug here, just seeing if you can hear me.
Good
Morning,
morning,
Doug.
Doug.
Hey,
Sound
good to
good.
see you.
Good to hear you. There you are. Now I
Yeah.
can see you.
Good to see you as well. Good
There
morning,
you go.
everyone.
What's new in Doug's world?
Oh, we're going fast and furious, but it's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff going on, obviously. Really enjoyed Ag Progress Days last week. That was a great event as always.
You guys, man, I'll tell you what, picking Wednesday weather was perfect. Perfect.
What about that weather? Did you order that for us, Jen? Special
No.
for
If I
our
had,
big
I
day
would
on
have ordered it
Wednesday?
for us for the rest of the week too. It was a little rough setting up Monday, little blah Thursday morning, but I think we had a pretty good week overall. We weren't pushing any cars out of the mud, and that's usually a
Yeah,
win.
correct. I remember that 2 years ago or so.
Yeah, that was pretty rough.
No, really, really good event. Enjoyed it as always.
Yeah, lots of fun. It's amazing how many people turn out. There's lots of hands on deck there.
Yeah.
All right, folks, we've got about 3 minutes before we get rolling. We're gonna get started pretty much right on time. Got a tight schedule for some of our opening comments, but just to give you a heads up, we got a couple minutes. So anyone wants to share anything, feel free. Floor's yours.
To figure out where I put my coffee down. I'll be right back. Here's the thing about the first cup of coffee in the morning is you need your coffee to find your coffee, make your coffee, figure out where you left your coffee.
Jen, I carried my purse to the coffee maker this morning. That's how out of it I was. So
Nice.
go. I'm like, what am I doing?
Where am
What am I
What's
doing?
happening? My mom was a big fan of the Folgers crystals back in the 80s, and she used to put a cup of water in the microwave every morning, like routine, hit the buttons, 90 seconds, heat it up so she could stir her crystals in. And she used to leave that cup of water behind all the time. She'd be like, "Where's my coffee?" And I'm like, "You never took the water out of the microwave, Mom. Still sitting there."
There you go.
It's bad.
All right, I see 8 o'clock on my clock, so I think we're gonna get started. Expecting a few more people to trickle in, but in be mindful of time, I'd like to get rolling. So I'll just start by saying, welcome to the Ag Conservation Technical Training Level 1, and we're very excited to have you here. I'm going to keep the introduction on my end very short. As I mentioned, we've got some opening comments from some speakers that have to get to a State Conservation Commission meeting, so we'll keep this short. But I did want to say that we are excited to have you, and we're excited to be doing this training. The boot camp training has a long history of training conservation professionals, and it's got a long history of partnering. We partner with PACD and NRCS and the State Conservation Commission and others as well. And this year, we're very excited to be partnering very closely with Penn State Extension. Penn State's providing about half of the instruction, and so we're excited for that involvement in the training and just the example of partnership that that is. And I really think the training itself serves as a good example of what we want to see in the field. We want to see all of us partnering together to come together to support ag and support conservation and to train each other and just to get a lot done in Pennsylvania when it comes to ag and conservation. So I'm very pleased to kick off the meeting this morning by introducing Secretary Russell Redding. And Secretary Redding has spent more than 30 years in Pennsylvania supporting ag in Harrisburg, through his time in Harrisburg and Washington. And he served as Secretary of Ag under Governor Rendell, and then more recently, the past couple of years under Governor Wolf. And he really has a long history of supporting this training and supporting ag and conservation in our state. So Secretary Redding, I'm pleased to turn it over to you. So thank you very much.
Yeah, Tim, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I appreciate your opening comments about partnership and listen, at the end of the day, I've worked with a lot of governors, but most proud of the work that we've done across conservation with the farmers and conservation districts in Penn State and our partners with NRCS and PACD, SCC. That whole list, irrespective of who is governor and who is secretary, are most critical to the success of the work in conservation. And I look at the progress that we have made over the decades, and we continue to do more. We continue to get better at what we do. We continue to be confronted with larger challenges, but all of them have sort of a common denominator, and that is the people. The folks who are out on the landscape. I mean, trying to figure out what to do with any number of issues, right? At the top line policy work that we do, but also just the field level conservation work that improves water quality, improves the habitat, improves, fill in the blank. All of that is a product of, people. So want to say thank you to all who are welcome here today and part of this boot camp. I think it's one of the great sort of convening points for folks in conservation. It gives us a chance to meet you and see you. And thank you, and really appreciate the commitment to conservation, your interest in it as a career and passion. And quite frankly, the big issues of our time are found inside the work that you're doing, right? Talking about climate and water and the environment and things that every single person, irrespective of their zip code in this Commonwealth, has an interest in. And that is the work of conservation. So you do that, we get a chance to work with you in partnership to do that. So that is a good day. It's really a moment for us to express our appreciation to you and each of you across the state of Pennsylvania for doing that. Just going a little deeper on the partnership side to say, I see Jennifer's here and the work of Penn State and over the years, I'm really proud of that relationship with Penn State. And again, there's more to do there, but I think that the work, just outreach to our farm community and working with our the watershed teams and master gardeners and so many good things with Penn State. So thank you, Jen, and all of you at Penn State. Denise Coleman, NRCS. We feel like while we're in different levels of government, they're connected, right? The work that we've done, continue to do. I want to say thank you to PACD. And you'll hear from Doug in a moment with the State Conservation Commission, but really proud of the work we're doing. And you know what, I really feel good about where we are. Most important, these are not insignificant issues. To find funding, to find people, to train them, to do all the things that we're expected to do. But there were moments in the last decade where I was really worried about, could we do what we were expected to do? I arrived here today, pretty confident that we can do it, right? We have newfound resources. We have momentum at all levels, at the federal level, the state, the county. We have re-engagement by legislatures, both state and federal. So such a good story, there. And then final point from me would be, as much as I like to talk about conservation and the work we do at the state level, I see it on my own farm, right in Adams County, the Adams County Conservation District, who has used any number of sources of funding and programs to really improve that farm over the last 50 years. Some of you have heard me tell this story, but my father-in-law and mother-in-law had this picture of the farm when they moved there in about 1955. It had been in the family. And you look at the aerial shot today of that farm and what it has meant to both the productivity and the stewardship of that land. That is a direct result of their knowledge gained by work in extension and going to a lot of extension meetings and partnering with good people, but also the services that have been offered via the state and the federal government through NRCS and conservation. And I'm proud of that because at the end of the day, that is what it's about, right? It's individuals making decisions about the improvement of that land and using the very best advice and counsel and building partnerships in so many ways, being good farmers, good stewards. And that's the convergence every day when I look across that landscape. And in the final weeks of my father-in-law's life, I asked what he was most proud of. And he said, without missing a beat, the conservation and preservation of my farm, right? So once you got past the shock that it wasn't you, and it wasn't his family, it was the land. And his name was Daniel. And I think there are thousands of Daniels across Pennsylvania who their legacy is the land and the work and the stewardship of what they've been provided. So that is what you do. That's what I get a chance to do. It's what the partnership provides. All of us can be proud of that. It's important and meaningful work that's making a difference both for Pennsylvania today, but also the future. And that's the work. So thank you for doing that. And thank you for being a great partner with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you very much, Secretary Redding. We appreciate you sharing and we appreciate your support. Next, I would like to introduce Doug Wolfgang. Doug is the Executive Secretary for the State Conservation Commission now. He started that in January of 2023. But before that position, he has a history of working in ag, and he started his conservation career in the Lebanon County Conservation District and then spent many years working with farmland preservation. So Doug, with that, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Yeah, Tim, thank you. And thank you, Secretary Redding. There is tons of momentum right now in conservation, and it's such an exciting time to be working with you all. But I really do believe that boot camp training is one of the premier things that we offer in the conservation space. And we talked a lot about partnerships with NRCS, PACD, Penn State Extension, but we carry out this work through strong partnerships. And I think we have this momentum because of the energy that is generated among the group that we work with. But what is the State Conservation Commission? Some of you may be new to this field, but we're a 14-member volunteer board. We work under joint authorities of the Departments of Agriculture and Environmental Protection. We strive to find that balance or that equilibrium between the two. As the Secretary mentioned, the intersection of agriculture and the environment are some of the hottest issues of our time, like water quality and quantity. We talk a lot about the quality of water in the Chesapeake Bay here in Pennsylvania. That's been a focal point for very many years, and local water quality, but also on a national level, think about water quantity and those types of issues in the West and other parts of the country. So water, land use, loss of farmland and natural resources to development and other uses. If you travel 8178, it's somewhat of a epidemic if we see one warehouse after another pop up along that corridor, and loss of land to development from residential uses too. Food security, the intersection between ag and the environment. How do we feed 9 billion people in a sustainable way? And then, of course, climate change, which is at the forefront of almost every discussion these days. But agriculture is a key player from both the adaptation and resiliency perspective, but also the ability to mitigate the effects of climate change, because farmland, of course, is a carbon bank at both soil carbon and forest carbon. But the commission oversees funding and resources for 66 county conservation districts. It's a huge network of individuals, 500 staff roughly across the state, and 500 volunteer director members who champion conservation at the grassroots level. And then the programs that we administer in the commission assist farmers and private landowners with funding for best management practices that improve water quality and enhance soil health, increase farm viability, and basically make farms more sustainable for future generations. So like the Secretary said, it's meaningful work, and it's important work that only gets done in partnerships with all of you. A lot of focus recently in the past year anyway on the Ag Conservation Assistance Program. That's the one-time pot of ARPA funding that we have available to us, $154 million from the Clean Streams Fund, statewide program, participation with 66 counties, carried out in delegation agreements with county conservation districts, but will ultimately get Pennsylvania closer to reaching those Chesapeake Bay goals that we have our eyes set on under the Watershed Implementation Plan 3. And also improving local water quality. But we have 141 million of that already committed to delegation agreements, and 46 million, which is in the hands of counties and being spent. Funds must be spent by 2024, or encumbered by 2024 and spent by 2026, which we've talked about extensively with Jen and Tim and Denise and others, is the availability of technical assistance. And so that's certainly where you come in. We need people to design and implement these practices across the state. And in fact, technical assistance is a national issue that we've made part of our priorities under the upcoming federal farm bill as well. But we need this technical assistance in the short term and long term. That's why we're so excited to work with Jen and the partnership with Denise and carrying out the work of this new technical assistance center. Other programs in the commission: nutrient management, REAP, resource enhancement and protection tax credit program for BMPs, Conservation Excellence Grant Program, which was provided under the State Farm Bill, and then Dirt and Gravel Roads Program. Also looking to be more involved in regenerative agriculture with a focus on soil health, as soil is a vital living ecosystem that improves water quality cycle and biodiversity, productivity, and makes farms more resilient against extreme weather events, and also helps to capture and store carbon. So a lot of emphasis coming up here in the commission and statewide on soil health, and looking to provide more funding and resources for that. But all that said, there's never been a better time to be involved in conservation. I don't know what motivated you to be in this career. I'm assuming that many of you are just starting out in your careers, but that's a very exciting time for you, and a very exciting career path to be on, because I guarantee if you're passionate about your work and you enjoy it and you stick with it, there are going to be a lot of opportunities for you in the future. We're sort of in a conservation movement nationwide, and so being, starting out in this career at this stage of your career is a really good thing. So again, thank you so much. We appreciate being here. We appreciate the partnership with you all, and hope you enjoy your boot camp experience. Back to you, Tim.
Thank you very much, Doug. We appreciate it and appreciate your support too. Finally, for opening comments, I'd like to introduce Denise Coleman. Denise Coleman is our state conservationist for Pennsylvania NRCS, and she started her career as a field employee for NRCS in Northeast Pennsylvania, and she spent time working in Washington, D.C., but has spent more recently the last 13 years as state conservationist for Pennsylvania. So Denise, with that, I'd like to turn it over to you.
Good morning, everybody, and it's a pleasure to be
I'm
here
not hearing you,
this morning.
Denise.
It's always a pleasure can you hear me? Tim, can you hear me?
Yep, I hear you. Yep, I hear you. Sorry about that.
Okay. No problem. It's a pleasure to be here this morning, and I really am happy to be here with Doug Wolfgang and Secretary Redding, and Jen Fetter, and all the staff at NRCS that helps put this together. It's really a big event. We do this this year. We've done it 3 times this year because we have such a new crop of folks like yourselves that want to make a conservation legacy. And so I really, I'm proud to have you part of today's discussion, and I'm proud to be part of the partnership that we have here in Pennsylvania. And so I just wanted to get a show of hands, a little bit of how many conservation district employees we have on today. Can everybody raise their hand and react? 2, 3. Very good. Oh, everybody's doing it now, so great. And adding to that, how many NRCS employees do we have? Oh, I see some. Very good. And then how many NGO, non-governmental organizations, whether you're with Pheasants, Chesapeake Bay Foundation, maybe you're fewer of those today. And then finally, do we have any new folks from the State Conservation Commission or DEP or Penn State on today? All right. Well, I wanted to take that opportunity because it's not often that you see corporations across the nation speak to their employees as a group, right? My son's doing an internship now, and he gets the kind of conversation about how great the company is. But there's very few entities out there that talk about how great the partnership is and how to build upon the partnership and the mission as a whole. And I think this boot camp allows you to see as new employees what it is that is there's something bigger than ourselves, or there's something bigger than our own individual agencies. And you heard today, you heard both Secretary Redding and Doug Wolfgang speak about the partnership. And I think many of us have heard the saying, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, meaning the whole system is more than one individual or one group in an action. And you all are part of a partnership. And nowhere is it more apparent usually than when we give this message and when we get conservation on the ground. You don't see it happen in the private sector, but we're very fortunate to have it here in the public sector, where we all see a need and a reason to train you jointly together, so that we can deliver the best conservation to our producers. So I wanted to talk a little bit about, when we start about this partnership, we're also starting about practices. And so one of the things that you're going to hear this week, and you're going to hear that message, is the whole is greater than the sum of the parts, is basically the message of our conservation practices. And we know that NRCS has a study, it's called the Conservation Effects Assessment Project. And what that's been going for many years, it's been authorized by the Farm Bill. But what that has told us is that very thing, that practices working in combination together are working better and have a more significant impact on the numbers, the amount of nutrients reduced, and the amount of soil reduction, the amount of soil erosion reduction. So when we talk about conservation systems, we're going to be talking in boot camp this week about using practices together. And so the first thing that I want to show you is basically, I'm going to share my screen. And Tim, let me know if you can see that.
Still loading for me.
It's up on my
Are you
screen.
able to
loading.
see it yet?
Okay, I see
Okay,
it. Yep.
thanks, Jen. All right, we're a little slow here in the state office this morning. Must be a couple of us on. But because nature in itself does not operate in a stovepipe or silo, it operates from a holistic standpoint. And that's where we need to also address environmental concerns holistically. And so we look at these type of practices, and we're going to, as you're talking and as your technical trainers are talking to you, I hope you can keep in mind that we want a system of practices on the ground. One practice doesn't do as much as a system of all things working together. And so the first practice is an avoid practice. And that's something that we're reducing tillage intensity. We're avoiding that nutrient from moving from that spot um, uh, on the field, or we're avoiding that manure from entering the stream through those types of farmstead practices, or we're avoiding cattle from maybe trampling down uh, a filter strip. So can anybody give me an example of an avoid practice? And you can just yell out. Or you can put it in the chat.
Green bank fencing.
Yeah, so
Stream bank fencing would be a good one. Yeah. How about one on a crop field?
No-till.
No-till. That's right. So those types of practices are really keeping things where they should be, and keeping things and avoiding things where they should not be. So as you think about systems that you're putting in, you first want to let's look at a practice that avoids that soil or avoids that nutrient from getting into the waterway or moving from its intended location. The second on the board here is the control practice, and that is a practice that inhibits surface runoff or leaching losses. And does anybody have an example, and you can just shout it out or put it in the chat, of a control practice? We have rain, we have precipitation that's coming down, and we need to make sure that that water is put into a channel that is stable. Anybody want to give an example?
Roof gutters.
In the chat, we have grass
Okay,
waterway.
Yep, grass waterways, one of them. Gutters are another one. Very good. Anybody else? Manure storage, yes, you want to control where that's going. You want to have the reason we have storages is to control the timing of when those nutrients are applied. So very good, the good examples. Waterways, diversions, terraces, underground outlets, all those things are keeping water from channelizing and really creating a lot of erosion and a lot of runoff. And also those types of practices are also ensuring that there's a proper time and a place for when nutrients are applied. So good examples of that. The last one is a trap practice. And can we talk a little bit about what are the what type of practices trap? And that would keep things from moving off, getting into the streams or waterways. Does anybody have any examples? Or getting into groundwater? Buffers, very good. Cover crop strip farming, good. Buffer strips, yep, very good. Riparian buffers, very good. So now when you put all those practices together, and the way NRCS prioritizes who's next on the list is putting all those practices together. And if all those practices are on the field, you probably don't have a soil erosion or a nutrient runoff problem or a leaching problem, because what's happening is all those things are working together. And you have a pretty stable system out there on the landscape. So it's really important that as you learn about practices this week and you talk about conservation, you talk about selling conservation to producers, you talk to them more about, many of them will come to you and say, I want a manure storage, and that's what I want. But in reality, and what you're going to find is that you need to sell them a system, because not only do they need a manure storage, but they probably need an access road. They may need a heavy use area. They may need a lot of things so that that system is working properly. And then in the end, certainly they'll need a filter strip and those kinds of things, so that all those things are happening together as a system. And so by putting all these practices together, we have the whole of each practice on the field outweighing the sum of each of these practices. And it works. So what came out of the SEEP report and what we were seeing is we had a 63% reduction in sediment. We had a 38% reduction in nitrogen, and we had a 44% reduction in phosphorus. So integrating all these kind of practices together as you're working together and you're learning about systems approach, and that's what it's called a systems approach, you'll be actually tripling your impact versus just putting one single practice on the ground. So I just wanted to thank you all today. Thank you for your commitment and your interest in working for conservation. I always tell our NRCS new employees, I think that this is the best career. Nobody in 50 years will care about tax and spend policies, but they will certainly care about whether they have clean water and healthy soil and wildlife habitat. So thanks again today. Appreciate it and enjoy the boot camp.
Thank you very much, Denise. We greatly appreciate hearing from you. And I'll just say, hey, these are exciting times in the conservation world. It's the amount of support for conservation it's unprecedented in my career, and it's really great to see that kind of support. But it's also challenging times. We've got goals that need to be met, and spending the funding well and getting conservation on the ground can be a challenge. And so a lot going on right now in the world of conservation, and we're glad that you're part of it and that you're working to get good EMPs on the ground to support ag and landowners in Pennsylvania. I hope this week you come away with some more resources than you had before. I hope that you gain an awareness of a variety of topics through the boot camp instruction that's going to happen. And I hope that you can do your job a little bit better next week than you could last week. That's our goal. But mostly I hope that you really do develop and understand some resources that are available. Work together with each other, get to know each other, get to know the instructors, get to know the people that are working together with you to get conservation on the ground. I think that's the best thing that can happen out of this week. So with that, I do need to note the training is being recorded. We have a couple people that were not able to attend the virtual, but we'll be able to meet the rest of the training. So we are recording it, and we will post this available for anybody to watch after the training is over, probably within a week or two. And at this point, then I want to turn it over to our moderators. We have Jen Fetter from Penn State Extension and Paul Schaefer from NRCS. So with that, thank you very much. And Jen and Paul, it's all yours.
Morning, everybody. I'm Paul Schaefer. I'm Assistant State Engineer with NRCS, and here on your screen you have Jen Fetter. Jen?
Good morning, everybody. I am the interim director for the new Center for Ag Conservation Assistance Training at Penn State. I'm very excited to join today and be with you guys for the next few days virtually, and in a few weeks all together. Paul and I will be your tour guides through boot camp, and we're very excited to do that together.
Yes. So our first presentation, we're gonna have to deviate a little bit from our schedule, our posted schedule. Our first presenter will not be Dan Ludwig. He is unavailable at the moment, and so our first presenter will be Jennifer Weld with the basic soil, excuse me, basic soil properties presentation. Jen, are you present?
Yes, I'm here, and good morning, everyone.
All right,
I'll
take it away, Jen.
Great, thank you. My understanding is I can just share my screen with the presentation.
I believe so.
Correct? Okay.
There we go.
So good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be here with everybody for boot camp. My name is Jennifer Weld. I work with Penn State University. I'm the director of the PA One-Stop Farm Planning System here in the College of Agriculture. So this morning I will be reviewing basic soil properties. I'd like to acknowledge Yuri Plowden, the state soil scientist, for her contribution for preparing this information that I'll be going through with everyone and presenting. So the objective this morning is to cover basic principles about soil properties and also basic principles or foundational approaches that are taken in the field when we are describing soils or trying to understand how soils can be managed in agricultural settings or even non-agricultural settings. So the principles that we're going over, the properties, will be reinforced as we move through boot camp into the field component and then with our final virtual day. So overall, soil is a mixture of minerals, organic matter, water, and air, and it forms on the land surface. Soils to me are absolutely fascinating. They are an incredible system that are able to support the growth of plants in addition to microorganisms, including bacteria and fungi, but also macroorganisms, including insects, as well as earthworms and a myriad of other types of organisms. There's different types of soils, but what's really interesting is if you understand the kind of foundational principles of how soils form, those different types make a lot of sense as you consider the landscape and as you consider the systems of the different soil forming factors. And we're going to step through that today. Again, we'll be looking at it in the field, but we're going to start to put the pieces together as to how the landscape and the soils that we're seeing and how the soils can be used and managed kind of all connect together. So there's a variety of functions that soils perform. And if you speak to a soil conservationist, a soil scientist, an agricultural producer, we all look at these functions differently. We may have more experience with one of these functions than another, but we all work within the system of these functions, whether it's our drinking water that has been filtered by soil, our food is produced directly from the plants that are in the soil, from the ecosystem or the soil system that is supporting the growth of those plants. Soils have an incredible capacity to process, recycle, and release nutrients. And the nutrients we typically think of in agricultural systems are nitrogen and phosphorus and potassium because they're essential for the growth of the crops that are so important for our food. But it also includes carbon, the ability to sequester or store carbon, but also release it. And soils also are a foundation for construction, in engineering and in the development and eventually the construction of structural best management practices. Soils are serving as the foundation for those practices. So all of these functions work together. They influence us in our professional lives, in our personal lives, and definitely in our conversations with agricultural operators and land managers to try to determine how these critical functions need to be prioritized as different systems, conservation systems are being put together. But soils perform all of these critical functions and need to be resilient so these functions are balanced. So when we think about how soils have formed, they form under a series of different conditions. And the equation that I'm showing here is a very common equation in soil science. And it basically means that soil is the function of 5 primary soil formation factors. We'll look a little bit at those. So our 5 soil forming factors are climate, and the climate includes both the temperature and the precipitation. So kind of the environment in which those soils are forming. It includes the organisms that are present, whether that is fungi or bacteria, or it's macroorganisms, or it's the plants and the plant roots. How are those organisms breaking down soil over time, and how are they influencing how the soil is going to be formed? Relief in landscapes. Where is this soil located on the landscape? Is it at the bottom of the hill? Is it at the top of the hill? Is it near a stream? Where is it located? That is going to greatly influence how quickly a soil is forming, I guess the age of the soil, respective to other areas on the landscape. It's going to influence the depth of the soil. It could even influence the productivity of the soil. And finally, the parent material. So the parent material is the material that is located at a specific geographic or topographic location, and it can vary across a state. It obviously varies across the world, but it's very influential in how those soils can form. It kind of gives the soil its inherent properties, and from there, the other forming factors such as relief, landscape, climate, and organisms build on that. And all of these factors come together over a period of time. Not all soils are the same age. Even within Pennsylvania, not all of the soils are the same age. We have some very old soils in the middle of the state, and we have some younger soils as we look at the northwestern and northeastern parts of the state. And a lot of that depends on how that soil was formed. Where is it in the landscape? What is the parent material? And as you work more across the state, or if you have the opportunity to work within the region, you're going to start to see a lot of commonalities between soils, but you're also going to see differences, even within the state of Pennsylvania. And a lot of that has to do with the amount of time that the soils have had to develop, but also where within the state those soils are located. So soil forming factors, and I like to go through these even though with the overview one by one, because they're extremely important when we're thinking about soils, and we're thinking about soils from kind of a large or a big picture perspective, right? The warmer or moister the area is, the more quickly soils will develop. You'll have more microorganism activity. So you're going to have a quicker development process. If you have a very cold or dry area, you're going to have slower soil development. The area that we're in Pennsylvania, the Mid-Atlantic region, we would be considered a temperate area. So somewhere in between. We're not generally going to have rapidly developing soils, but we're also not going to have those slow development conditions like you do in cold or arid areas. Organisms. Oftentimes we don't think when we, at least initially, when we think about soils, we don't think of them kind of as a living, thriving ecosystem. But there are so many living organisms within a soil, ranging from plant roots to animals and the burrows that they create, to bacteria, to fungal populations, which fungal populations are absolutely essential for accessing nutrients, including phosphorus, and how they influence not only how water moves through the soil, but also how soil particles either break down into smaller ones, allowing the soil to continue to form, or aggregate, allowing for better management of the soil. The organisms and how they're present are extremely important. And depending on your background and how you have been introduced to soils, sometimes the biology of the soil, or what we call the biotic part of the soil, comes as a secondary consideration. And I would say I would fall into that category, with a lot of my experience initially with soils coming more from an engineering perspective. So it was much more, how is the soil an appropriate foundation for a specific practice that needs to be installed? But the success of the soil, the resiliency of the soil, is dependent, and the formation of the soil, on the organisms that are present. Parent material, again, they are the inherent traits that the soil will have. It's where the soil is located. It's how essentially the earth formed in a specific place. Sometimes there are parent materials that are transported via glaciers, flooding rivers, as well as wind, moving parent material by wind. But it's where the soil is forming. It is the inherent characteristics that that soil is going to have. Topography, again, that's landscape position. So if you have a soil that's at the bottom of a hill, it's most likely to be deeper, because gravity and water is going to move that soil to the bottom of the hill or move it down slope. And you can see that sometimes, depending on your field experience. If you've been in a field that has accelerated erosion, you'll see that the soil has gravitated to the bottom of the hill. That you'll see that as we look at soil profiles in the field, you can have deeper soils at the bottom because of that movement of water and gravity. And time. All of these factors work together over time. Soils continue to develop, but again, we have younger soils and we also have older soils, respectively, within Pennsylvania. So you're going to see some differences in terms of soil depth, the different types of organization of the soil into horizons. So this is an example of a map of the parent material in Pennsylvania. So you can see there's a variety of different parent materials, but there's also different physiographic regions within Pennsylvania. In the upper, well, I'll just say the northwestern. Let's see if I can get my pointer to work here. There we go. In the northwestern, as well as the northeastern sections of the state, you're going to see glaciated sections, plateau sections. The parent material there is from glacial movement. So that's an example of where parent material moved into the area. As you move over kind of into the western part of the state, you have the plateau region of the state. In the middle, you have the ridge and valley area. So you kind of have the rolling hills. And as you move to the eastern part of the state, you have the Piedmont area. And as you move to the far eastern part of the state near Philadelphia area, you actually have coastal plain soils. So there's a wide variety of parent material within Pennsylvania. Generally, the glaciated soils are going to be a bit younger than the soils in the central part of the state that were formed differently and make our ridge and valley and plateau areas of the state. So there's a wide variety of parent material within Pennsylvania. It makes it an interesting state to work in. And you can see, although we have these differences, you can see a lot of similarities in some of the areas that we're going to be talking about with the soil basics. So landscape position has an influence on soil formation. And, when we look at the landscape, when we're standing kind of on a farm or we're standing, in a series of fields, we can look at the landscape and we can kind of understand how the landscape is moving, get an idea of how water may move. All of those pieces are extremely important when you're working in the field with a farmer. How the landscape position and how the landscape falls depends, again, where you are in the state, with ridge and valley area being much more rolling hills, the plateau being different than obviously the Piedmont and the coastal plain. But you can tell some things about the soil from the landscape and where you're standing. If you're in an upland area, kind of at the top of a landscape or top of a hill, you most likely have a well-developed soil. It may be a little bit shallower because soil has moved downhill. If you're in a floodplain area, you may have a soil that's not quite as well developed. It's probably a younger soil. A lot of the material has been transported from another area on the landscape. And therefore, when you're in the middle, kind of at a toe slope section, which would be, turn on my pointer here, which would be over here, kind of in the middle between the floodplain area and the upland area, your development's going to be moderate, right? It's not going to be as well developed as your kind of top or upland areas. It's not going to be as young as your floodplain areas that are, just recently possibly having material transported here. It's going to be somewhere in the middle. So the inherent parent material makes a difference. How was that parent material? How did it come about? Was it from a glacier or some other mechanism? And on the landscape, where is the soil located? Where are we working and what can that position tell us? Within the landscape, there's also relief. Relief is kind of how is the field, or how is the slope rather, formed. That has an influence on water flow, which in turn has an influence on soil formation. If we have a wetland on a landscape, generally that's going to be a concave surface. So what that means is that down here, if we look here, the water is converging. So if you follow these arrows, the water is moving towards each other, right? Not away from each other. If the water is divergent, it's moving in opposite directions. You're much less likely to see wetlands form or areas of concentration of water. But where you see areas that do converge, you're likely to either see wetlands or you're likely to see possibly areas of concentrated flow forming. So how that water moves across the surface is dependent, again, on the landscape, where you are. Are you in an upland area, kind of a mid-slope area, on a floodplain area? What is your parent material? What physiographic region are you located in? All of that is going to influence how the relief is formed, and it could also influence the water movement and the subsequent formation of the soil. So once we have our soil and we've kind of looked at the soil forming factors, we need to understand what the composition of soil is, right? We know it's influenced by 5 soil forming factors, that it's dependent on our parent material, which is dependent on where we're located, sometimes within a state, sometimes within a country. But all soil has a common composition. It can vary in these percentages, but it has both a pore space area and a mineral area. So, or a pore space and a solids. So the pore space is about 50% and your solids is about 50%. So pore space ideally should be 25% air and 25% water. This allows for plant growth. It allows for root movement through the soil. It allows for nutrients to be recycled and made available to plants. And it also allows for microorganisms, which are so essential to soil formation, to soil health, but also to plant growth, to thrive. Solids are typically 45% mineral and 5% organic matter. So organic matter can be added to the soil, but it can also be created through the decomposition of microorganisms. So that's kind of the ideal composition of the soil as it's forming. That doesn't always occur. We don't always have those exact percentages. So soil organic matter, which is part of the solids fraction of the soil, does have influences on both physical and chemical properties of the soil. It increases water infiltration. It is absorbent like a sponge, so to speak. It allows for an improved soil structure, or it improves the physical condition of the soil, specifically residues from both plants and animals, and decomposition of microorganisms allow soil particles to aggregate. And by allowing soil particles to aggregate, it allows the water to move through the soil in some cases more readily. And it improves something that's referred to as soil tilth, which is basically the uniformity of soil aggregates. So it really improves not only the physical condition, soil organic matter, it contributes also to the biology of the soil. The more organic matter you have, more decomposition, that in turn improves the physical structure or the structure of the soil. We often think of soil organic matter sometimes in at least in nutrient management, that it changes or improves water infiltration with that absorbency, but it also improves the physical condition of the soil. So with soil organic matter, there's a living portion and there is basically a dead portion. So the living portion are the active microorganisms, insects, the roots of the growing plants, earthworms. Microorganisms produce substances, so do earthworms, specifically fungi, that are sticky, and that's how the soil particles can form together. And that forms aggregates. And aggregates are extremely important because it allows for water to move through the soil. It kind of helps to ensure that that balance of pore space and solid space is 25% water and 25% air, the better structure you have. And those microorganisms definitely contribute to that. Dead organic matter is the decomposition of these living microorganisms, and that's where you have release of nutrients, you provide food for the living microorganisms, and here you can also be building soil structure. So both the living and the dead organic matter within a soil play a vital role, not only in soil structure, but also the release of plant nutrients, and maintaining that ecosystem. So there are organic soils. We don't typically see organic soils in agricultural production. They are almost entirely composed of decomposed organic material. You often heard them referred to as peat, or possibly a mucky peat or a muck. So these are soils that are almost entirely organic. There's very little, if any, mineral component to those soils, and not something that we typically see that are being actively managed for agricultural production. Mineral soils are much more commonly seen in agricultural production. They are comprised of sand, silt, and clay. They're the primary components, but there is organic matter included with those. So that's kind of looking at that percentage of the solids with 45% mineral and about 5% organic matter. That 45% would be made up of sand, silt, and clay. And these mineral soils are primarily the soils that, from a soil conservation perspective, that you will be working with. So soils have texture. That solid part of the soil that's made up of the sand, the silt, and the clay have a specific texture. And sand is very coarse, and I'm sure everyone is somewhat familiar with what sand feels like, whether it's commercial sand that's been purchased or it's sand that you've experienced, at a beach or a lakeside, or even if you've encountered a sandy soil in your career. You can see the particles, it's very gritty, you can feel them, and generally the size is about 2 to 0.05 millimeters. As you move into the silt, they are smaller particles. You generally can't see these particles like you can with a sand, but it has a very unique feel. It's very smooth and flowery, and the size ranges from 0.05 to 0.002 millimeters, right? So it's starting to get smaller. You can't see those individual particles. And then clay. These you can only see with an electron microscope. They are extremely small particles. It's very stiff and sticky. If anyone has worked with clay in the past or as part of a hobby or a profession in art, you know what clay feels like. And as you texture the soils, you can see we're holding different what's referred to as ribbons, right? You can see the clay forms a very distinct ribbon as you move your thumb through kind of a section of clay. The silt, you can see it forms kind of a structure or a shape, but it's a bit more rough and not quite as well defined. And the sand is just granular in your hand. So you can see these differences that may be familiar to some of you. So the tool that we use to try to guide or determine what the classification or the class of the soil texture is the soil textural triangle. And that includes the percent silt, kind of here on the right-hand side, percent sand, and percent clay. So using the ribbon method, and we saw some images, and we'll work on this in the field, you determine what percent silt, sand, and clay you have. You use this textural triangle, and that helps you determine if you have a clay, which are typically, up in this area of the triangle, a sand, which are down here, or a silt, which are over here in the bottom right-hand corner. And that helps to determine, what are the characteristics of the soil going to be and how can it be managed. So texture also determines pore space. A coarse textured soil here on the left is going to have less pore space, but those pore spaces are going to be larger. They're referred to as macropores. So this would be more of a sandy soil. A fine textured soil, which is more of a silty soil, often sometimes classified as a loam, is going to have fewer pore spaces, but those pore spaces are smaller, but there's more total pore space. They're smaller, but overall within this column, there's more total pore space. So this does influence how water moves through a soil. If this was a sandy soil with these large macropores, water is going to move rapidly through this soil. Over here, this fine textured soil that has smaller pore spaces, but more total pore space, the water is going to move more slowly. So you have the potential to kind of retain retain water within that soil. So while all soils have a texture, which is inherent to the soil, soils also have a structure. The structure can be managed. We discussed that briefly, that soil microorganisms release kind of sticky substances, which allow soil particles to aggregate together, especially in finer textured soils, which can open up some of those pore spaces and make them a bit larger. They'll never be as large, for example, as a sand, most likely, but you can open them up and create larger pore spaces where water can move more rapidly, and that changes how the soil will hold water and nutrients. Larger macroorganisms, such as earthworms, can form macropores as they build their burrows, and water can move very rapidly through those. So you can see kind of in finer textured soils that have a good structure can have both macropores from kind of macroorganisms like earthworms, and also, although they'll be smaller pore space for the water to move, it'll be, if it's a well-structured soil, they'll be larger than an unstructured or poorly structured soil. So the water will move more rapidly through that soil. So microorganisms have an important role, as well as practices that are used for agricultural production in how a soil is structured. So while you can't really change the inherent texture of a soil, you can have influence on the structure of that soil, and how micro and macroorganisms influence that, as well as practices. So these are just some common types of soil structure that we often see. Granular here, platy and prismatic are very common soil structures, as well as massive. Granular, you'll typically see at the upper part of a soil, often known as the A horizon, and we'll look at horizons here in a minute. Platy, you see a little bit deeper as you move down into the soil, into the B horizon, sometimes the A horizon. And prismatic, you often see deeper in the soil in the B horizon when we look there. Massive and single grain are often referred to as unstructured. They typically, at least massive, is your bedrock. When you have, excuse me, not your bedrock, your parent material, which sits above your bedrock, is typically massive. It doesn't have a particular soil structure that can be described, and it is typically below where roots for growing plants and microorganisms are. That's going to be your parent material, your inherent characteristics. So these are kind of, if you want to kind of think about your common soil structures that you'll see, it's granular, platy, and prismatic as you move deeper into the soil, and massive as you start to look at the parent material, which sits above the bedrock. So you need to maintain or build soil structure. Compaction from equipment can influence and degrade soil structure. This prevents plant root development. It also influences, as we discussed, the pore space and subsequently kind of that balance of water to airspace within the soil, which can affect plant growth, but also it can affect microorganisms. The better the structure, the more rapidly the soil, the better balance there is between soil moving through the soil, water moving through the soil, and water being retained within the soil. So it allows for balance between airspace and water space, between water holding ability of the soil and the ability to release water down and let it drain through the soil. It's very important to maintain that balance within the system of the soil as a soil structure. So as we have a more compacted soil, we have the potential for less airspace, smaller pore space, which can lead, as I mentioned, to roots having a difficult time moving through the soil, but it can also mean water also has a difficult time moving through the soil. So you can start to see issues with water infiltration. That will in turn impact the ability of certain microorganisms and macroorganisms to thrive within that soil, which again leads to possible issues and degradation of soil structure. So it's kind of a system that all works together and is maintaining that balance within the system between the water space and the airspace, and soil structure is an important part of that. Loamy textured soils that have a granular structure are typically the best farmland for agricultural management. It is not by any means the only highly productive soil or soil structure, but generally they offer those types of textured soils with that type of structure offer the best ability to maintain that balance between airspace and water space, between your pore space and your solids, really maintaining the balance of that system. In addition to texture and structure, soils also have color, and the color can tell you a lot about the soil and about its mineral content. The more organic matter the soil has, the darker the soil will be, whether that's a dark brown or a dark black. If there is a high iron content, you're going to see an orange brown or a yellowish brown color to the soil. So color of the soils can give you a lot of clues as you start to not just look at kind of the horizontal, as we've been kind of looking at the surface of the soil, but now we start to look at the vertical characteristics as we're going to be working in some soil pits in the field, looking what's underneath that soil surface. And that's where we start to look at some of the changes in color and what that's telling us. So soil color can also give us an idea about the balance that we've been discussing, about the balance between pore space and solid space, and between air and water, and how that facilitates water draining versus kind of water being held in the soil. So if you have a soil that's very brightly colored, that's generally an indication that the soil drains well, that you're kind of maintaining that balance between airspace and water space, and holding the water in the soil versus allowing it to drain. If you have a soil that's kind of shown here in this image on the right-hand side, where there's a lot of grays and reds and yellows, and it often will feel wet, that's an indication that you have a soil where the water is not draining. And that could be for a variety of reasons. There could be a natural restrictive layer there that prevents the water from draining. It could be an indication that there is an imbalance between that water and air portion of your pore space, or between the pore space and the solid space, right? You may have some compaction, but the color can tell us that. Just by looking at the color, you can get an idea of how that soil is draining at different depths. It can also tell you about the aeration. So aeration, that goes back to the balance between the water space and the pore space, right? So if you have good aeration, you're going to have bright colors, which again, that indicates that it's well drained, and it means that iron is oxidized. So the state of the iron in the soil and is an indication of aeration, right? Whether you have an aerated soil or whether you have too much water and not enough air in that pore space. If you have a poorly aerated soil where there's not enough air and there's too much water in that pore space and your system is not quite balanced, and you're going to have dull colors, you're going to have grays and blues. Again, going back to that idea that the duller the color, the more poorly drained. So here's an example of that illustrates this. And you can see here, we have a very brightly colored soil. This is going to be an indication of well drained. You're going to have adequate aeration in that you have that balance in the pore space between water and air. Over here, you have a poorly drained soil, much duller in color. You're seeing more grays, more blues, more yellows. Here, you're most likely going to have a bit of an imbalance in the pore space between the water and the air. And that could be occurring for very natural reasons of how the soil formed, where it's located on the farm. You can see if we look over here, this more poorly drained soil is at the bottom of a hill, most likely near a water body. Again, we discussed if these types of soils are generally, especially in floodplain areas, they're newer soils. The soil has been kind of transported to this area, as opposed to this well-drained soil, which would be more kind of on the upslope or possibly moving into the mid-slope. So seeing here how the relief or the position on the landscape can influence the drainage, it influences how the soil, the color of the soil, and how it's developed. So these pieces, as we look at the surface of the soil, is definitely connected as we start to investigate kind of the depth or the vertical part of the soil that we look at when we're in soil pits. So there is a key, just as there is a textural triangle when we're looking at soil texture, there's also kind of a color key when we're looking to describe or understand the color of a soil. And it's called the Munsell soil book or soil chart, and it's broken up into hue and value and chroma. So hue is kind of the actual color. Is it red? Is it yellow red? Or is it yellow? And there's sections you can see in this image up here within the book. And again, we'll look at this in the field. And you can kind of match the color of the soil to the color on the soil chart. Value is the lightness or darkness of the color. So how kind of white or reflective is it versus how black is it versus how gray is it, somewhere in the middle. So it's really the lightness or darkness, and that's the value. And the chroma is the amount of grayness, right? Is it really kind of, as we see here, kind of a pure reddish brown, or do we have a lot of gray in there, indicating, again, that there could be some poor drainage in that particular area. And those three pieces are taken together to describe the soil color. And again, the soil color is very important, can give us a lot of clues about the drainage and about where it's potentially located on the landscape, and allows us to look at different colors of soils and compare them across different soil types. So soils are organized as we move kind of away from looking at soils and looking at the landscape on the surface to looking at it at a depth or on the vertical plane. It's organized into different horizons. And here we see an A horizon, a B horizon, and a C horizon. And the A horizon is in this area. This would be the B horizon, and this would be your C horizon. And you can see there's differences if you just look at the image in color, but also to a certain extent in texture. So generally speaking, the major horizon designations that we work with are an O horizon, which is an organic layer, an A horizon, which is a mineral layer, B horizon, which is subsoil, Sea horizon, this is your underlying parent material, and then your bedrock. So underlying plant material, we talked about kind of a massive soil structure. Oftentimes your sea horizon, not always, but often has a massive structure. But that's kind of your general organization. Not every soil has every horizon, and some soils have other horizons, such as an E horizon. But when we're looking at the major designations that we consider when we start to look at a soil profile and start to understand it, this is where we generally start. So there's no set number of horizons that a soil can have. Generally, you make the difference or differentiate between horizons based on color, texture, presence of roots, the structure, rock fragments, and what we refer to as redoxomorphic features or modeling. And that is the presence of just kind of gray features, areas where the soil looks very gray, indicating that there has been some water there or that water perches there, right? So it's that kind of gray kind of modeling that moves through the soil that we saw. So the characteristics of soil that we've been looking at: texture, structure, color, presence of roots, which is again kind of your the biotic part of soils, or the biology of soils, all play a role as we start to look at the horizons of soil or how a soil profile is organized. So just to kind of go over what these different horizons are, your O horizon is generally going to be organic matter. It's at the surface. Your A horizon is where you're generally going to see accumulation of organic matter. It's generally at the surface. Well, it is at the surface. If you have an O horizon, it will be the second horizon. An E horizon is oftentimes seen between the A horizon and the B horizon, and it's an area or a horizon where you're losing clay, you're losing iron, or you're losing aluminum. So it will often be bleached or a different color from the A to the B horizon. It doesn't exist in all soils, and it's not one of the major horizons, but you will sometimes see that. The B horizon is then where, if you have a loss of clay, iron, aluminum, where you will see the accumulation is going to be below your A horizon, which is below your O horizon. And if there is an E horizon, the B horizon will sit below that. So you can see here we have an A horizon, and then we have a B horizon. There are different designations that describe these horizons based on what is being seen in the field. But for right now, we're just looking at the major horizons, which is O, A, E, and B. Sometimes there's an E and sometimes there's a not. It depends. The C horizon, that's where you have very little any type of biological activity. You're going to have very little weathering of physical or chemical. So you're going to have very little development of the soil. Oftentimes that is your parent material. It would be down here. And this is where you're going to start to see generally a massive soil structure. Very few roots, very few rocks, very little indication of texture or structure. So drainage class is an interesting designation of soils, and it is related, to looking at the soil kind of in this vertical, what I refer to as a vertical profile, or kind of what's underneath the surface. What are the layers? What is the description of the profile underneath the surface? It's important, and agriculture is an important designation for agricultural management and agricultural production. And basically, it's the frequency and the duration of wetness that exists when the soil is forming. It can often be measured to the depth of those gray models that we've been discussing. How deep do you have to go into the soil before you start to see models? In Pennsylvania, these are our drainage classes. Again, it's related to the depth and the evidence of wetness. This is an important designation, again, for tools that are used in nutrient management and for agricultural management, but it is connected, to the soil formation and to kind of that vertical profile. This is just an example of how drainage class can influence root growth, which is important for soil formation, but also for agricultural production. Here we have depth in inches, kind of on the vertical, and then across the top here we have an illustration of a well-drained soil, a moderate drained soil, somewhat poorly drained soil, and a poorly drained soil. And you can see here the models are going to occur at a much shallower depth for a well-drained soil than a poorly drained soil. So the roots have the ability to move down through the soil profile to a much deeper depth, kind of moderately drained. You kind of have moderate root growth. And as the soil becomes more and more poorly drained, you can see the rooting depth as well as the soil depth decreases. So where that water kind of exists or perches within the soil profile is very important for soil formation, but it's also important for rooting depth, soil structure, agricultural production. So drainage class and that contributes to surface runoff and potentially nutrient losses. So drainage class, while connected to soil depth, to rooting depth, and to the presence or the depth of water in the soil formation, you're likely as you kind of progress in your careers as soil conservationists, you're likely to see this kind of designation, and it is connected to how soils form and the depth of water. So with that, I would like to thank everybody for the opportunity to talk to you about soils today. Hopefully we'll get to work together in the field. But soils are an absolutely fascinating system. There are many, many different functions that they have, and how we describe and how we understand soils, not only kind of on the surface or on the topography, but also as we start to look at soil profiles and what's underneath the surface, can really tell us a lot about how soils can be managed, how they have been managed. And this concept of the biology of the soil is incredibly important as we talk about the resiliency of soil, soil health, as well as putting those systems of conservation practices together for our agricultural producers and land managers. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'll turn it back over to Paul in case there may be any questions.
Yeah, we have a short time. Are there any questions from anyone in the chat?
There is one in the chat, Paul. Someone asked if we could define model.
Jen? Weld?
Sure.
Jen Weld, sorry.
Yep. Let me see if I can go back just briefly in the presentation, because there is actually a nice image of a model. Okay, so a model is basically the pattern that you're seeing in this image. So you can see that there are gray areas as well as brown areas. So model is actually a description of that type of pattern, where you're seeing these gray areas kind of being interweaved with areas of either reds or yellows. And it's an indication that there has been or is water that perches there or that is present, and that kind of the iron has been oxidized or reduced, I'm sorry, is no longer oxidized, but it's now reduced. So you're going to see those colors. So the model is the pattern of this gray, indicating a reduction of iron, which is an indication, a visual indication immediately that there is some sort of water being perched there or being held there at that point in the soil profile.
Okay. There are a couple of other questions in the chat. Unfortunately, I think we're going to have to get moving. Our next presenter, Mr. Frank Schneider, has a meeting at 10 o'clock. So Frank, are you on there?
Yes, thank you very much. And Nathan Rodebach from from DEP will also be presenting some of this with me as well. So
Okay.
Bear with me right now as I pull up my slide set here. Okay. Is everybody seeing that?
Yes.
Looks good, Frank.
Okay. So again, today we're going to talk about state environmental regulations. And Nathan and I will do this. I'm Frank Schneider, by the way. I'm the director of nutrient and odor management programs with the State Conservation Commission. But to start off, we work as a conservation partnership. The State Conservation Commission, we are a unique organization in that we have dual authority in Department of Environmental Protection as well as in the Department of Agriculture. So we kind of bring those two agencies together. Nutrient management is specifically detailed to the State Conservation Commission as well as a few other programs. But then we work with Penn State Extension. We rely on them. We work with USDA, NRCS. We rely on them for certain aspects. And we also work hand in hand with the Pennsylvania Association of Conservation Districts and the 66 conservation districts across the Commonwealth. So we form a big partnership. Our leadership does meet on a regular basis and discuss issues. So again, we all have a common goal, and that's to assist agricultural landowners and operators in developing and implementing resource management plans, if it be nutrient or manure management plans, ag, E&S or conservation plans. We want to make sure that our ag operations are in compliance with state and federal environmental regulations. And that the requirements for resource management plans meet all the requirements of state and federal law. So that's what the Conservation Partnership kind of does, and why we meet on a regular basis. So NRCS provides technical assistance for plan development and implementation, and they guide the producer to other partners or organizations. The Conservation District, they assist the producers in meeting their regulatory or program obligations. They refer producers to the appropriate technical service providers, maybe planners or engineers or TSPs, and they assist in the application process for permits and financial assistance. In some conservation districts, now with our ACAP program, which you'll learn more about later, they actually have a fair amount of conservation dollars to spend. And then PADEP works with program development, guidance, permit review, and enforcement. And then, of course, the Commission and Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture and Extension. Again, we work with program development, policy guidance, education and support, and we also do enforcement on the Act 38 side. So there's three types of animal operations, we'll say, in Pennsylvania. Our first one, if you look at this big blue circle, is all of our animal operations. We have roughly 23,000 or more, plus or minus, 23,000 plus animal operations in the state of Pennsylvania. And an animal operation that applies manure or generates manure or ag process wastewater, they need to, at a minimum, to have a manure management plan that meets the manure management manual, which is under DEP's authority. Then we have the yellow circle, which is our concentrated animal operations. We have 1,000 plus of these operations in Pennsylvania. These are higher density farms, meaning they have more than 2,000 pounds of live animal per acre of suitable for manure application. That's regulated by the State Conservation Commission. It's better known as Act 38. And in those operations, they need to have an approved nutrient management plan. It has to be done by a certified planner, and there is public access to those plans. Then we have our smallest circle, which is our concentrated animal feeding operations, or our CAFOs. And you can see that small circle, part of that goes into the yellow circle of CAOs, and the other part is just out in the larger AO circle. And that means that we have some CAOs that are also CAFOs, but we also just have CAFOs that aren't CAOs. So based on this, the 450 plus CAFOs, they need to have a nutrient management plan, just like the CAO needs to have a nutrient management plan. So if you're not a CAO, but you're a CAFO, you're still going to need to have that Act 38 nutrient management plan. Again, these could be operations with more than 1,000 animal equivalent units. You can think of a racetrack. It has over 1,000 horses, because the horse is roughly an animal unit. Or any CAOs that are over 300 animal equivalent units, or any operation that meets the federal head numbers, which is like 700 mature dairy cows, 125,000 broilers. So the federal regulations have animal groups broken down in the number of head on there. Again, these CAFOs need to have the Act 38 nutrient management plan. They need to have a CAFO permit that's issued by DEP. Plan needs to be done by a certified planner, and there has to be public access. So today we're going to be talking about several different laws in Pennsylvania and how we go about achieving those laws. We're going to break up the presentation a little bit. I'm going to slide down and do the Act 38 invasive species ordinances and right to farm law. And then I'm going to turn it over to Nathan, who will talk about the Clean Streams law and all the different regulations in that, since I'm on a tight time constraint. So let me just slide down here through these slides. And again, Nathan will bring these up for you and go back over them with you. Bear with me here, we're almost done. Okay, so Act 38 of 2005. Originally, this was Act 6 of 1993, and then in 2005, Act 6 was updated to Act 38 as part of the ACRE initiative. But, you know, nutrient management in Pennsylvania, we were the first state in the nation to have a nutrient management law. There's plenty of states that were doing some type of planning, but we actually were the first ones that codified a law. So the objective of our Act 38 program, again, we're talking about those CAOs and those CAFOs, is to preserve water quality in Pennsylvania. We create the law and the regulations created a planning standard for those operations. It developed the basics of nutrient management plans and nutrient balance sheets. And again, it's administered by the State Conservation Commission. We delegate a lot of our authority to county conservation districts. And we have roughly, I think, 53 of the 66 districts that are delegated right now. So the nutrient management plan, it IDs the nutrient sources that are used on the farm. It determines application rates and manure application restrictions for agricultural lands. It describes how one will handle their excess manure. It IDs other best management practices that may be needed. And it needs to be consistent with the conservation plan or Ag E&S plan. The last thing we want is two plans that contradict each other and describe different operations, because they're going to be out of compliance with either the Clean Streams law or the nutrient management plan. And then we have nutrient balance sheets. Nutrient balance sheets are used for when manure is exported off an operation onto another operation. And really the balance sheet is using the same calculations for application rates and restrictions. It's really just a simplified nutrient management plan. It doesn't have all the other materials that go into nutrient management plans. Again, it determines application rates, and the application rates focus on the crop nutrient needs. You are going to get these handouts to download, but these are several web links to more information on the Act 38 program. We also have an odor management program that was brought in with Act 38. And the objective here of the odor management program is to address the potential for impacts from off-site mitigation of odors from animal housing and manure storage facilities. So any CAO or CAFO that builds or expands animal housing or manure storage facilities after the regulations after 2005 is required to have an odor management plan. Just note that odors from the field application of manure are not addressed. We're only addressing the impacts from the new animal housing or new manure storage facilities. Again, it establishes the planning and implementation criteria for odor management plans. And the odor management plan is a site-specific plan that addresses potential odor impacts. We do that through an odor site index. We identification of odor best management practices that can mitigate or manage the impacts of odors on their neighbors. And we're not required to completely eliminate odors. That's virtually impossible to do. And if we needed to completely eliminate odors, it would put the cost an investment that they would need to do in those best management practices would pretty much put the farm out of operation. So we want to mitigate the impact of odors, but we can't completely eliminate those odors. Again, we talked about this, only new animal housing or manure storage facilities or expansions of those facilities. Existing facilities and manure application, they're not affected by the odor management rules. So any barn that you had before 2005, you do not need a nutrient or an odor management plan unless you would be expanding that or adding new facilities. And if you're adding new facilities, it would only be the new barns that would need to be covered by the odor management program. Again, the plans are reviewed and approved by the State Conservation Commission prior to the construction of the facilities. And then the plan needs to be implemented prior to the use of the facility, meaning the BMPs should be in place. Just know that we do not delegate the odor management program. That is kept in-house at the State Conservation Commission. And that's mainly due to construction and the counties where we see more animal agriculture. I probably have 600 plans in southeast, south central Pennsylvania, and 100 plans in central Pennsylvania and western Pennsylvania. So it's really it's not as spread out as nutrient management planning. So just a note that, your nutrient management planning and your odor management planning, they should be developed and implemented and coordinated together to get the maximum benefits to the ag operation. Again, here's some more web links on odor management, and Carl Diamond at the State Conservation Commission. He's the one that manages the odor management program for us. We'll get into the Pennsylvania invasive species, local ordinances, right to farm and right to know laws. Again, these are handled by the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. We have the invasive species. We actually have a governor's invasive species council right now. That's handled, again, Department of Agriculture and the Bureau of Plant Industry. So what is an invasive species? It's a non-native or exotic species that is not indigenous to the ecosystem, whose introduction does or is likely to cause economic or environmental harm. So it's a species that's not supposed to be there. We've never seen it. A good one to think of that everybody, at least last year, saw. We're not seeing them in central Pennsylvania as much, is the spotted lanternfly. That's an invasive species. We've never seen that before. That was brought in to Pennsylvania, and now we're dealing with it. So we do have, national and state invasive species councils. Pennsylvania does have a state council. And they're charged with the development of invasive species management plans, how we're going to detect invasive species, how we're going to identify them, how we're going to control them, both aquatic and terrestrial. So, we don't just look at the land, we're looking at water quality and invasive species in water. And then there are web links for the National Council and Pennsylvania's council. We have a PA noxious weed control law. Again, that's handled by the Department of Agriculture. And what that law pretty much says, it's illegal to propagate, sell, or transport noxious weeds ID'd on a noxious weed control list. DCNR, Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, does publish an invasive plant list. That's part of the duties under the Invasive Species Council. But you can see several of these you'll know, maybe not all of them and this isn't a full list, but like Canadian thistle, multifloral rose, mile a minute, giant hogweed, tree of heaven. These are all invasive species that you will see around out there. And, what we're trying to do is control them and not let them spread. And if we can eliminate them, that would be great. But some of these will be almost impossible to eliminate. So again, we work just like we are talking about in nutrient management. We work with partnerships. So we have Penn State Cooperative Extension offices. They can help you ID and provide control recommendations for most noxious weeds. The Department of Agriculture, we can assist with ID, and we are in charge of eradicating special noxious weeds infestations. Again, it's in our Bureau of Plant Industry. There's some additional information that you can find. There's some websites. Again, you'll be getting these materials later to download, so I'm not going to go over them with you. So going into the next thing, local nutrient and odor management ordinances. One thing that Act 38 says is that no local municipality, township, borough, whatever you have, can have a more stringent nutrient management law than the state's nutrient management law. So Act 38 is the standard across the state. No municipality can make a local ordinance that's more stringent than Act 38. And that was held up by the Supreme Court in Pennsylvania. We had a case that went the whole way there, and they upheld that. So, the municipality can restrict. They try to restrict storage, handling, and use of manure and fertilizer, or the location, construction, or operation of a manure storage facility. And that's fine. They can have ordinances, but again, it has to be consistent with and no more stringent than Act 38. A lot of what we do, and we work with the Attorney General's office, there is a process called the Acre Review, where the Attorney General's office can be petitioned by a farmer to review a local ordinance. Again, non-nutrient and non-odor management ordinances are not affected by this. So we only have the preemption for nutrient management and odor management. And again, the farmers can challenge that through the Attorney General's office. We have Pennsylvania has a right to farm law, and our ACRE initiatives, which is our agricultural communities and rural environments initiative. That was the whole Act 38. Nutrient management, odor management was a part of that. But ACRE is the whole Act 38. So what the right to farm law and the ACRE law do in conjunction with each other is they limit the establishment of agricultural nuisance suits and ordinances. We need to look at if an agricultural operation, whatever they're doing, is it normal, is it customary, or is it a generally accepted farming activity? So somebody might be doing something that is not normal or customary or generally accepted. And in that case, they might be able to be sued. But in most cases, we get complaints and it falls under normal agriculture and normal agricultural activities. And in that case, the farmer is protected by the law. Again, it excludes the farmer from public nuisance ordinances, again, unless there's a direct adverse effect on the public health and safety. It provides the right to farm law protects farmers from nuisance actions. It does not restrict the rights of a neighbor to recover damages, but it's not going to stop. It's not going to make them cease and desist agricultural operations. And ACRE provides farmers with an inexpensive method of challenging local ordinances by petitioning the Attorney General. And the Attorney General's office since 2005, they probably get 10 to 20 cases or referrals per year that we work through. And the State Conservation Commission, we act as experts for the Attorney General if we ever need to go to court. So we're their experts. So if you're asking us questions on ordinances, we may provide you some basics, but we'll probably tell you to be speaking with the Attorney General's office or somebody else, because we can't flaw ourselves or kick ourselves out of court because we were too in depth on one side or the other of a review of an ordinance. We have our right to know law in Pennsylvania, and Pennsylvania is probably one of the strongest states in right to know. And what the right to know law does is it allows citizens the right to access of public records. And again, Pennsylvania is very open. If you're a government official and you have records in your office, I should say if you're a state government official or a county or municipality, it doesn't necessarily deal with federal and NRCS. But if you're a state official, if you have public records, they're pretty much open. Enforcement cases and stuff that are ongoing really aren't open, but if we have it in our office, county conservation districts, if they have it in their office, it's public record. really, districts, Ag E&S plans, if the conservation district has it on hand, are public. Manure management plans, nutrient management plans, odor management plans, those are all public information if we have them. One of the reasons with manure management plans and Ag E&S plans, and nutrient management plans, like the record keeping part of nutrient management plans, we say keep on the farm and we'll review them, because we don't have those records in our possession. If we don't have them in our possession, we can't turn them over to a right to know request. So that's one of the reasons why some of these plans are kept on farm and only to be reviewed when we ask for it. And it does not require the creation of a requested record. So you can't say, somebody can't make a request to say, I want to know all of the CAOs that have wells within 100 feet of a public road. We would have to create something. We would have to do more work. Really, all we have to do is provide the information that we have. We don't need to go to any extenuating circumstances to build a new database or to go to multiple databases to find the records. We just have to have a specific request. It provides access and response processes, the how and when to handle right to know request. So it does provide timelines, procedures on how to submit a right to know request. And then on the agency, it puts timelines on us to communicate the request back to you. Again, you'll need to talk with your NRCS offices, but certain records are protected by Section 1619 of the Food Conservation and Energy Act of 2008. So conservation plans, NRCS files, that information is not public knowledge. Again, that's a federal office, so the state law, it does not trump federal law. So it does get confusing on right to know, but just know if you work for a state or you work for a county conservation district, if you have it in your office, it's probably public information. And if there's any questions, just get with your right to know officer or get with the program managers. If you have a question on nutrient management, you can contact me or one of your regional reps. I'm not going to do the quiz right now because we didn't go through everything with you. I'm going to stop sharing. Nathan, you have it available to share, correct?
Yes, I do. Yep.
So I'll let you pull it back up. I thank you all, and thank you, Paul, for allowing me to go first, and Nathan for allowing me to go first. And I wish you all good luck the rest of this week and in your careers.
Thanks, Frank. We'll see you later. Nate, take it away.
Yeah, give me 1 second here. Let's see. What's the work? All right, you guys seeing the slideshow there?
Looks good.
Okay. All right. So a brief introduction about myself. My name is Nathan Radable. I work for DEP's Bureau of Watershed Restoration and Non-Point Source Management in our agriculture compliance section. Water program specialist, my title. I will post that in the chat here before we're done because it doesn't actually mention that in the slides here. Let's see. Let's get back on track here. There we go. All right. All right. So let's talk about, some state and federal laws here that apply. And a little brief history on some of them here. So let's start with, the Federal Clean Water Act. So passed in 1972. The first Water Pollution Control Act was enacted in 48. And then, the significant, reorganization expansion, 1972. We get the Clean Water Act, which, kind of sets the stage for a lot of our regulations we have now. If you go back in time and you've ever seen those pictures of the Cuyahoga River on fire in Ohio and stuff like that from, discharges from factories and industrial facilities, that was, one of the big drivers back then for that first set. So yeah, established the basic structure for regulating discharge of pollutants in the United States and regulating water quality standards. It was also during this that the NPDES, the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, was, came with the Clean Water Act. As Frank was talking about CAFOs, that is that system that, allows us to regulate CAFOs. That was a separate part of that came later, but we'll talk a little bit about that a little later. And then, here in Pennsylvania, we have the Clean Streams Law. So the Clean Streams Law was passed in 1937. It regulated any discharge which may cause or contribute to pollution of waters of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. If you read through section 201 and 202 of that law, it's going to talk about sewage discharges and unauthorized sewage discharge. So in our situation, that sewage, it applies to manure. So it established the basic authority to protect streams from pollution for the benefit of Pennsylvania and the environment. Act 38, which is Frank had talked about, the Clean Streams Law set the stage for us to have our Act 38. This was the law that allowed Pennsylvania to go out there and say, hey, we're gonna regulate these animal operations. We're gonna, create these requirements in this process. This is what gives us the authority. And then also ingrained in this, which at DEP, this applies more to us, is there's also section 402 of the Clean Streams Law that says the State Department can regulate and create rules for situations where there is a potential for pollution. So if we go out to a farm and we see something that could potentially turn into a discharge event or a pollution event, we're allowed to regulate that and request corrective actions, because the Clean Streams Law says if any situation there's a potential for pollution, we may take action. And then we've got Chapter 102, which, as that previous picture briefly showed, you might have thought we're talking about erosion. But yeah, there's two sections to Chapter 102.4. We're going to hit B quickly because 102.4 Section B talks about construction activities, but we're going to focus a little more on agriculture here. So 102.4A, agriculture, erosion, and sediment control. This section of 102 applies to any operation with plowable or tillable land. That includes no-till or animal heavy use areas that equal or greater to this area of 5,000 square feet. So, what exactly are we talking about with heavy use areas? To define that, any area that is a barnyard, feedlot, loafing area, exercise lot, any similar area where, due to animal activity in the presence of animals, you're unable to maintain vegetative cover or a density capable of minimizing accelerating erosion and sedimentation by usual planting methods. So when we're talking about, maintaining vegetative cover, dense vegetation, or the ENS manual that DEP has published, we're looking at 3 inches or greater. So if it's less than 3 inches, that area then becomes a heavy use area. The heavy use area definition does not include entrances, pathways, and walkways where animals are housed or kept in concentration. So, if you've got animal walkways and stuff like that, you don't have to count that specific area towards your total number. So if you've got, if you're tilling and you've got animal heavy use areas, but your area is less than 5,000 square feet, you're still required to have BMPs in place to minimize erosion, accelerated erosion, and sedimentation. You're not required to have a full Ag ENS plan, but you are still required to, take steps and efforts to minimize the impacts of that heavy use area or the tillable acreage. And I mentioned, if you have 5,000 feet or greater of that space, you need to have an Ag ENS plan, and the plan needs to have BMPs to minimize the erosion and sedimentation from those areas. All right, so the 3 main areas that are 3 main things that you're going to be looking for here when it comes to ENS. You've got your sheet and reel erosion that you have to address, and that that is going to be that tolerable soil loss, that T calculation that you have to do in that plan. And then if you haven't used any of the programs yet, your soil is going to have a T limit. You have to be within a certain number, a tolerable soil loss of that T. So if you're doing this plan and the farmer's not able to meet that T, well then you either need to have some BMPs or you're going to need to maybe reconsider how you're farming that piece of soil. And you also have to address your concentrated flow erosion. Basically, identify areas of concentrated flow and BMPs to address those areas. So those are going to be your large gullies that are forming because it hasn't been addressed or hasn't been managed to prevent it. So now you've got large erosions that's created concentrated flow. If you've got roofed areas, essentially any sort of impervious surface or roofs, you have the potential to create concentrated flow from the runoff. So that has to be addressed as well. And then your animal heavy use areas, they need to be identified, and they need BMPs to address those areas. So that can be whether it be pastures that you can't maintain the vegetation, but you're still using it, feeding areas, loafing areas, places where the animals are hanging out and the grass can't grow, essentially. And then let's see here. So, typically we say you must have a full agricultural ENS, erosion and sediment control plan, but you can also have an NRCS conservation plan. The big thing is, that conservation plan just needs to have all the elements in it that meet the requirements of the state's Ag ENS plan or the Ag ENS manual requirements. So, you can have an Ag ENS plan or you can have an NRCS made conservation plan. Doesn't matter, as long as you've got all those required elements, you're good. All right, and so brief resources here. If you go to dep.gov, go through your tabs, go to businesses, water, down through this list here. You will get to this link here, and this will provide you with the most recent edition of DEP's Soil Erosion and Sediment Control Manual for Agricultural Operations. Again, thankfully you will get this link with the PowerPoint afterwards, so you can kind of save it there. If you ever need it, or if you want to download a copy of the manual, it's right there. All right, and then if you go to our Clean Water Academy, if you're with the Conservation District or DEP, you're probably familiar with this. NRCS, I'm not sure, but this one here is our Ag Erosion and Sediment Control Manual course. There's a couple of different pieces in here. There is a section, a video that is just on the manual, the webinar. There's one that's aimed for operators and landowners, and then there's another one that's aimed towards plan developers. Anyone can go to this link from the public and go in there. You do not need to have an account with Clean Water Academy. But if you're new to it, you're not really familiar with the manuals, I recommend you just go through there and give you a good brief overview to get started. All right, and then this here is another course we offer on our Clean Water Academy. This is the Agricultural ENS Control Plan Writing Workshop. This kind of is another one that just takes you kind of step by step through all the sections of an ENS plan. And it's something that a conservation district can use to present to farmers, the public, even if you have local plan writers who are newer to it and they need or want information. This is a course you can use to kind of as like the template for providing instruction. All right, chapter 105. Chapter 105 is related to water obstructions and encroachments. So the purpose of this is to prevent unreasonable interference with water flow from in-stream construction activities. Provides for the regulation and oversight of water obstructions and encroachments in, along, across, or projecting into waters of the Commonwealth. Assures proper planning, design, construction, maintenance, and monitoring of water obstructions. Most stream, water body, and wetland encroachment activities do require a permit. Most of those activities will qualify under one of DEP's GP's general permits. And there may be federal regulations that you do need to consider if you have a larger project, or if you potentially, maybe some interstate water type stuff where you're close to the border with another state. So briefly though, DEP's GP's general permits are usually for the smaller projects. Typically they're faster to get, but when I say faster, I mean you still need to give yourself time. as with any of our permitting, you need to make sure you get everything done in time. And depending on what type of permit you're getting, that will vary. I cannot answer those questions as far as how long each permit takes because my section does not process them. But yeah, GPs, they are DEP approved permits. You register to utilize the permit. And there are special circumstances where those GPs can be waived. I recommend you take a look at PA Code chapter Title 25, Chapter 105.12. That specifically has all the nitty-gritty legal details of the Chapter 105 permits. Yeah, and so that if you go there, you're going to see that there's some specific criteria listed for when a waiver can be issued by DEP. But yeah, if you are curious about doing a project, not sure if you need a permit or if you can get a waiver, contact your regional DEP office. Get in touch with that section there. They will have all the information. They can talk about the process and everything you need. All right. So let's see here. Under our general permits in Chapter 105, still some planning considerations. The producer operator as well should have an Ag-E&S plan or a conservation plan. Those plans are going to highlight what those BMPs are, what the project is supposed to be, where it's going to be. Probably just it's going to describe why and what the purpose of this project is, what's the goal for implementing it. And then some other things, as you're going through planning, be talking with the operator, the farmer, whoever you're working with there, about what's happening. So, like this describes, is it going to result in an obstruction or an encroachment of a waterway or wetland? And which GP may be appropriate and necessary for the project. Depending on your role with the farmer, you may just be creating the plan for them and saying goodbye, and then they're going to be working with someone else, some other contractor, maybe a private sector consultant. So the more you talk about them when you create the plan, the more they will understand, and that will kind of hopefully keep anyone from getting in trouble with DEP and the permitting and all that good stuff. So here is a list of the commonly used GPs that we have related to Chapter 105, thing from small docks, fish structures, stream bank rehabilitation, and let's see, agricultural crossings, the GP6, minor road crossing, replacement of water obstructions and encroachments. So yeah, if you're working in or around a stream, you should definitely be looking to see what am I doing, and does it potentially fall into something that needs a permit from DEP? All right, and then here is a brief list of just some of the common BEPs that will require a general permit. Stream crossings, underground outlets, grass waterways, lined waterways or outlets. As you see these caveats and a bunch of these here, to or near a water body. A grassed waterway way up on a hill in a field that comes down and just keeps going to more and more field for hundreds of yards, that's not near a water body. You don't need to worry about a permit. But if you've got a waterway that's coming out and discharging directly to a water body, to a stream, something like that, good chance you need a permit. And then let's see here. All right, so GP registration and construction. So basic steps here, very basic. Project registration. You need to complete your general permit registration packet. Signed and submitted by the producer, not the planner. So if it's your landowner, your operator, your farmer, make sure their signatures are getting where they need to go. And then depending on what type of project it is, the registration fee does vary. So this link here, if you click on it, should take you to some more information related to fees. Also, we'll have the documents related to the permit registration. If you go to that link there, it takes you to our e-library. I won't say every document we have, but pretty much anything involving permit documents and everything, you should be able to find on DEP's e-library. And that goes for, whether it be a GP or most of our projects related to grant funding projects, things like that. All those documents should be on our e-library. So, important thing to note here with the construction process. Construction activities cannot proceed until approval or acknowledgement is received from DEP or the delegated conservation district. I know Frank had mentioned that earlier with the Act 38 program. DEP and SDC's level of delegation varies between each county. Some counties have the ability to do everything all up into and including enforcement inspection. Some will just do inspection. Some are very small and just don't do any of that stuff. So you'll want to figure out exactly what your county can handle, and who exactly do I need to be talking to. And of course, once you have your approved permit from DEP or the conservation district, it needs to be on site during the activities. All right. And then just once again, the how to get there through DEP. If you go to our website, businesses tab, water, then to waterways, engineering and wetlands. And then there's also the ability to search general permit or chapter 105 just at the homepage there. All right, joint permit applications. So these are for obstructions and encroachments that do not qualify for a waiver under 105.12, and they do not qualify for a waiver under a GP. So these are, as mentioned here, small projects with insignificant impacts, not going to affect your floodplain, your flood heights, your patterns. Does not include wetlands, of course. And then, brief examples: removal of flood debris, stream side retaining walls, and the repair, reconstruction, or replacement of existing water obstructions. So repair, reconstruction, replacement, that's mainly a like for like type thing. So if you are replacing some sort of obstruction with something larger, something that's going to completely change what's happening, that does not fall under this. We're talking replacing and repairing something back to exactly what it was and not changing what it was permitted to be. And then, for joint permit applications, we're talking about things that are going to be reviewed by DEP and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. As you see here, you're only going to send that package or the packet to DEP. And briefly to find more information on that, go to our website, go to businesses, and then search for the term joint permit. That should get you the information you're looking for. Chapter 275. 275 refers to biosolids. So it regulates the land application of sewage sludge, also known as biosolids. DEP monitors and enforces that. To apply biosolids, you do need to have a nutrient management plan that is going to specifically talk about the rates at which you can apply that. There is some specific regulations in there, and if you're going to be working with someone with biosolids, you're going to want to go to our website there and check it out. There are a little different requirements than just regular old nutrient manure management plans when it comes to biosolids, and they're talking about there's going to be a little more stringent regulations referring to like winter setbacks, winter applications, stream, and waters of the Commonwealth setbacks are a little different. There's also going to be some different soil testing requirements and things like that. So, if you're working with that, we do have a biosolids manual. If you go to that link there, you should be able to get all that information. Then let's talk about animal operations. Frank had kind of given a brief overview there with the circles, with the other circles. So we're going to go back and talk about that a little more. All right. So manure in Pennsylvania. All farms or entities in Pennsylvania that land apply manure or agricultural processed wastewater, those are animal operations, and they do fall under the regulations when it comes to manure management. Regardless of their size, it can be a one-horse operation, or it can be a 125,000 broiler operation. If you're generating manure or you're land applying manure, you need to have a manure management plan, or if you meet those other thresholds, a nutrient management plan. And that can be mechanically applied or direct application by animals on a pasture. So Unfortunately, if you've got one horse in your backyard and a 1 acre fenced-in pasture, you still are technically an animal operation and you are regulated by the manure management regulations. Let's talk about briefly what we talked about earlier with Frank. So CAFOs are regulated under our GP12 CAFO permits. That is something that they're going through with EPA, but if you're a CAFO, you're either going to have a GP12 or you're going to have an individual permit depending on the circumstances of where you're located, the history of the operation and things like that. But you are required to have a nutrient management plan prepared by a certified planner. That permit, we talked about the GP12 or the individual CAFO permit, needs to be approved and issued by DEP. And there are public notice requirements for that. Anytime someone's getting issued or applying for a CAFO permit, it does need to be posted in the Pennsylvania Bulletin, and also it does need to be posted in some sort of public source like a local newspaper. So 450-ish CAFOs. And we got those CAOs that Frank talked about, those places that have at least 8 AUs, I believe, and they have greater than 2,000 pounds of animal weight per acre. Those are regulated by the SEC under Act 38. DEP, on my end, I do a little bit of work with that more on the administrative side because it's a joint program with funding coming through DEP for the program. So once again, CAOs are going to need an approved nutrient management plan prepared by a certified planner, and then they do get usually annual reviews through the Act 38 staff. So we got about 1,000-ish CAOs. And then, we got the rest of those animal operations. So we've got 23,000 plus animal operations. And as you just read, those may not all be big farms. They may be a couple horses in a small pasture in the backyard. You never know what you're going to get here in Pennsylvania. All right. So brief little kind of, what do I need? So helping your farmer or your operator figure out exactly what type of plan they need, or what do you need to help them prepare. So first question, are you a CAFO? Do you have, you see there's thresholds for CAFOs. Pennsylvania goes by the large CAFO definitions for EPA. So, do you have 700 cows, 2,500 hogs, 500 horses, layers, broilers? There's also numbers specifically set for thresholds for turkeys, ducks, sheep, goats. I think there's one for like llamas and alpacas. Pretty much any type of animal operation you could think of expecting to see in Pennsylvania, there's a threshold, and if they're over that number, which is set by the EPA, they are a CAFO and they do need a permit, and they fall under our system here. Let's see here. Also, are you a CAO, but you have greater than 300 AEUs, greater than 300,000 pounds of animals? Well, our state regulations say, well, you also need to get a CAFO permit. And then, of course, if you have over 1 million pounds of live animal weight, you also need to get a CAFO permit. So that could be someone who has only 400 cows, but they also have 1,200 swine, and they've got 15 horses, and I got a barn out back with 25,000 chickens. Sometimes you got to do some math here add that up, and you say, oh yeah, you're over that threshold of 1 million pounds, so you also need a CAFO permit. So if the answer yes, you need a nutrient management plan, you need a CAFO permit. But if they say you do their plan, you say no, let's come on down here. So do they meet the definition of a CAO, which is 2,000 pounds of animals per acre? Regular yes or no question. So yes, you get a nutrient management plan. If you say no, all right, do you generate manure on your farm or import manure? Okay, well, maybe they've just got a smaller threshold of animals here. Well, congratulations, you still need a manure management plan that meets the EP's manure management manual's regulations. If the answer is no, once again, why are we even here? But if you want quicker access to this or links for later, you can use this link from Penn State Extension. I'll provide you with this picture here as well. So if later on you're not sure or you're still getting used to it, you can refer to this for some quick reference. All right, chapter 91. Chapter 91 is our manure regulations, manure management. The big ones here. Chapter 9136A, animal manure storage facilities. This is where you're going to find, the design and construction criteria for manure storages. It's where you're also going to find that any liquid or semi-solid manure storage constructed after January 29, 2000 must have been designed and certified by a registered professional engineer. And this regulation also is going to stipulate what those freeboard requirements are for manure storage, depending on the type of manure storage. Is it exposed to precipitation? It's those types of things are going to determine exactly what your freeboard requirements are. And then let's see here. So Chapter 9136B, the land application of manure and agricultural processed wastewater. So any operation that land applies manure or processed wastewater must have and implement a written manure management plan in accordance with DEP's manure management manual. And when we're talking about agricultural wastewater, we're talking about, and you're going to talk about this more in boot camp, of course. We're talking about that milk house wastewater, milk house waste, your egg wash wastewater, and anything of that kind where essentially water is being used to clean some sort of essentially something dirty. Best way I can put it. When you have clean water going in and you don't have clean water going out because you're using it for something on an agricultural operation, it's likely should be taken into account as that processed wastewater. And then let's see here. So we got CAOs. Those are going to be regulated under Act 38 of 2005, but those can be found under Chapter 83, Subchapter D. And you got the CAFO regulations, which are regulated under Chapter 92.5A for Pennsylvania. The 40 CFR for the federal regulation escapes me at this moment. I'll try to remember it later. Down here at the bottom, you are going to find a link to the most recent version that is publicly available of the manure management manual. As another good one to have on hand and available. We are currently in the process of the newest revision to the manure management manual. That should hopefully within the next week be coming out for public comment. And hopefully after that, we will get that published, get it out to everyone. And continuing on the Chapter 91 manure management subject. So the plan must be a written plan. Say written does not need to be handwritten, but using our manure management manual, you can type it in as well. But yeah, it must be developed and written. So it can be developed by the farmer, or it can be another individual for the farm. For just a regular manure management plan under the manure management manual, there's no certification requirements that must be held and no specifics about saying, hey, you need to have a certified planner do it. It's just a manure management plan. Anyone can do it as long as it meets all the requirements. So that you must use the standard format and worksheets in the manure management manual, unless we approve an alternative. Now, it's very rare that we get this requirement or get this request because a lot of the time you can go type up something, but if it does not have all the parts, pieces, and required elements of the manure management manual, we're going to tell you no, and you need to revise it and do it again. So it's just easier to use the manure management manual a lot of times because it really is a template that you can fill in. So it's a lot easier to make sure you don't miss anything. And okay, so the manure management manual for your manure management plan for those operations, it does not need to be submitted to DEP or the Conservation District approval or the Conservation District for approval, but it should be available. And DEP, Conservation District staff, we can come out and we can do inspections to ensure compliance with the regulations. So a lot of this with like the Chesapeake Bay program and the Chesapeake Bay inspections, where we were going to a lot of these farms that never had been visited or heard of most of our regulations before. Most of those don't have the plans. So hopefully, as we get, this plan's been going for quite a few years now. Hopefully there's more and more operations out there that are going to have these available without us coming out to ask for them. But, your manure management plan is not just where you're putting your manure and how much. It does require you to have maps. And those maps need to show the required setbacks from all waters of the Commonwealth, so streams, creeks, rivers, ponds, lakes. It needs to show the setbacks for drinking water wells. And, any sort of, conduits. If you have a storm drain right next to your field that leads right to a creek, you should also have a setback there as well. Your manure management plan is going to need to talk about the winter manure application. Specifically, if you need to do manure application in the winter, there's a section there where you're specifically going to highlight which fields are going to be receiving it, the setbacks, what time of year, and if there's any criteria, of why a field should not be permitted to have winter application, that we should not see that field on there. If it's the steepest field you can imagine, probably should not be seeing it on there as a winter manure application field. Your manure storage, stacking areas, and that's, in-field stacking, but also, if you have a covered stacking area in your pasture or your heavy use areas, your concrete slabs, it should all be there. We should be able to tell exactly where if I go out to that farm, I should be able to look at the plan and see exactly where the piles of manure will be. And then also, your pasture management is an element of there. Talks about, are you maintaining your pastures to maintain that 3 inches of dense vegetation? If not, there's also a part there to put, I have a NRCS developed grazing plan. Let's see here, and then you've got your ACA management as well. We should know exactly in that plan, where is that ACA, what BMPs are being done there. And then there are record keeping requirements, not just the farm, but the farmer should be keeping manure records. If you have our manure management manual, there is a section in the back where you can be writing all this stuff. The farmer can write all that stuff and down there. A little log was already in there for them, so they can just open up their manual and they can keep it in there. But those records should be maintained and kept on the farm as well. And then down here is the link to our MMP, Manure Management Plan Administrative Completeness Review Guide. This is a very handy little checklist that I think a lot of our staff even use it, especially when they're starting out trying to get used to everything needs to be in a plan. You can print that out, or you can have it on your computer and you can do a check by check there as you're making a plan to ensure that you are including everything that needs to be there. All right, and then let's see here, quick links. So you can go to get to the manure management manual and all the information related. You can either go to the nutrient management program there at psu.edu, or you can go through DEP's links there to get the manure management manual. I find, like, if you're trying to find a quick copy of the manual, you search for DEP manure management manual in Google, it'll bring you up to the link and take you right there. So let's see here, chapter 92A, let's talk about our CAFO regulations. Something we already briefly talked about, is my operation a CAFO? And just more briefly, just look at this here because it does highlight, a lot more of those animal types that you might see out there in Pennsylvania. So yeah, there are thresholds for ducks, broilers, layers, even depending on what kind of manure system you have, it can vary. There's even, I think they got rid of it, there was even a CAFO threshold for fish up until recently. But yeah, so this is just another one of those, is this a CAFO, is it a CAO, or is it nothing? All right, so CAFO regulations, chapter 92A, that is delegated to us by the EPA. As with many environmental regulatory programs here in America, a lot of it starts with the EPA. They create the program and then they delegate it to the states. This is another one of those. So let's see here. Yeah, so we have about over 450 CAFOs. Each one of those is a NPDES permit, either a GP12 permit or an individual CAFO permit. And with that, it does come additional requirements for that operation versus if they were simply a CAO. So usually we do have additional requirements that comes with their permit, depending on type of manure storages they have, the location that they're located. Are they in a high quality watershed? Is this an operation that has a history of compliance issues related to our environmental regulations? That could kind of dictate whether you get a general permit or an individual permit. GPs are literally the same for everyone. It's just essentially a cut and paste permit, fill in some blanks with the information related to the farm. Individual permit, we can put in more stringent requirements. Things such as sampling of a manure storage perimeter drain effluent. To sample it for nitrogen and nitrates, it kind of helps to indicate if there's any leaks in that pit or something like that. But there's also record keeping, all the manure that's coming into that farm, coming out of that farm. They need to maintain documents showing exactly how much. If it's a CAFO and they're a large operation exporting manure because they have way too many animals for their operation than their land can handle, then they need to have agreements with each of those places that each of those farms that manure is going to. There's also the requirements of, in that plan, the nutrient management plan for that CAFO, it's going to also have a map of all those farms that manure is going to. So that way, exactly where it's going to, and that operation it's going to knows the requirements and setbacks that they need to have when they're spreading that manure. So, Act 38 nutrient management plan that Frank talked about, all those CAFOs, CAOs, and there's VAOs, which are voluntary animal operations, which is essentially, I don't meet the threshold, but I want to have this plan anyway. Maybe they're really close and they just want to have it just in case they want to expand. But yeah, those operations do exist as well. CAFOs are also required to have an Ag ENS plan. And let's see, public notice is another requirement. So there is DEP's public notice requirement before issuing a permit, which is, we have to post that in the state bulletin. Then the operation, the farmer also has a public notice requirement. They have to post it. I think it's two public places such as newspapers where the public in the area of that operation will be able to view it and receive that notice. And then CAFO inspections are conducted at least once every 5 years by DEP. But then when we're not out there, every year, the Act 38 staff, whether it be the SCC staff or the Conservation District, they're going out there once a year and doing an annual status review. And, they are a lot more of our eyes and ears on the operation because they're getting out there every year. So, when if they go out there and they find something that is an obvious violation of some sort of environmental law and stuff, they're going to refer it to DEP, and then we're going to get involved and kind of take over the enforcement process. And then another fun one,
Hey,
water
Nate,
quality. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I need to jump in here for a second. Can you have things wrapped up in about 5 minutes? We've gone a little bit over.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
It's okay.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
All right. So, brief information about water quality management permits. Another thing an operation may need from DEP. So, start up corner here. Do you have 1,000 AEUs or the capacity of 2.5 million gallons or more of manure? No. You can follow this here and just kind of, depending on where you are, you may need a water quality permit. Water quality management permit, which is kind of part of the whole GP CAFO permit process. All right, water quality management permits. So under Chapter 92A, who needs some of these permits? We talked about if you've got greater than 1,000 AEUs for a new or expanded liquid or semi-solid. You've got between 1 million and 2.5 gallons in a special protection watershed or a impaired watershed. Then, you will also need one of these permits. All liquid or semi-solid greater than 2.5 million will need a permit. It needs to be designed by an engineer and done according to PA Tech Guide standards. And for more information about CAFOs, follow the DEP breadcrumbs here. Okay. All right, we get back to Frank's part here. All right, so let's do a quick quiz here. Refresh. All right. So we can put this in the chat. But yeah, so let's see here. First question, when would an Ag ENS plan be required? A, the operation practices continuous no-till. B, the operation practices tillage. C, animals cause earth disturbance equal to or greater than 5,000 square feet. Or D, all of the above. So I can see the chat. All right. Yep. So if you said D for this question, you are correct. And remember that for ENS plans, we're looking at 5,000 square feet of earth disturbance. And that earth disturbance can be from animals, tillage, continuous no-till. Yes, it is not conventional tillage, but there is still earth disturbance. You know, you've seen that as it's going through there, it's got to make a channel in there for those seeds to get down in the ground. But yeah, so any kind of earth disturbance, grass, continuous dense vegetation cannot grow due to animal activity. So, you know, even though the animals aren't digging up the ground, there's still, because their foot and hoof activity there, grass can't grow. It counts towards, you know, that square foot total. All right, number 2 here, true or false? Only CAOs and CAFOs are regulated. Starting to get some answers here. False, false, false. For the sake of time here. Yep, that one is false. So yes, CAOs and CAFOs are regulated, but we also regulate all animal operations. Now, we might not be actually getting out to every single animal operation in the state, but there are regulations in place, and you know, when needed, we get out there and we will, you know, ensure that everyone is in compliance with those regulations. All right, true or false? With regard to Chapter 105, construction activities cannot proceed until approval or acknowledgement is received from DEP or the delegated conservation district. True or false on number 3? All right. Getting a lot of trues. True is the general consensus so far. Yep. Number 3 is true. So those activities cannot proceed until approval or acknowledgement is received from DEP. That's what gets a lot of people in trouble. Just submitting the paperwork and, you know, requests and applications is not good enough. You have to wait till you get that approval. And one more, number 4, true or false? A local ordinance may be more stringent than Act 38 requirements. So looks like false, false, a lot of false. Yeah, this one is going to be false. Now, so yeah, I won't go back to that. You can go back and take a look then. But you know, Frank highlighted, you know, for the most part, yeah, they can't make ordinances that are more stringent than the Act 38 requirements. Now, you know, there's other ordinances they could pass related to it, but when it comes to, you know, there are specific things that they cannot make more stringent. We'll go false on that one. Sorry. All right, and then briefly, some contact information here is in the slides. Conservation District field reps, some contact information related to the Act 38 staff. Frank, that's my boss, Kate Breesall. I'm going to put my information in the chat. She normally does this. But yeah, I know we're stretched for time, so if you've got questions, you know, I'll use my contact information. Send me, I'll do my best to answer. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nate. At this point, we've gone a little bit over on our schedule. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a 15-minute break before Dan Ludwig comes in with his federal laws and regulation presentation, and we'll move on from there. All right. See you in a bit. Thanks. And we're back. All right, at this point, assuming everybody is back in their seats, we're going to introduce Dan Ludwig with his presentation on federal laws and the impact and their impact of technical assistance. Dan, are you ready? Hello? Can anyone hear me?
I hear you, Paul.
Okay, thank goodness. All right.
Did we lose Dan?
He should be. I'm not sure what happened to him. In the meantime, I'll fill the dead air with a little bit of a breakdown of how we're gonna do the rest of the afternoon here. So Dan's presentations for the rest of the day will be a 30-minute presentation on the laws and regulations, federal laws and regulations and their impact on technical assistance, and then a 60-minute presentation on resource information. So after, I think we're gonna power through and just wrap up the two of these. There will be a brief intermission between his two presentations, probably just to give his golden voice box a rest for a few minutes, and then we'll get back on with him and do the rest of the resource information presentation. At that point, then you will be free to go, and we will reconvene here tomorrow morning at 8. So that is the plan at this point. Dan, Mr. Ludwig, are you available? Let's try a different means of communication.
I'll hold the floor while you go run down the hallway.
Okay.
All right. So I guess questions about the content or virtual, not necessarily specific to the presenters, but about boot camp in general, or anything coming up that you guys want to ask now. We can flush through some of those things while we're looking for Dan to get back online. Have you all made room reservations that you need to make for your travel for the last week? We want to get the PowerPoint and video out to you, Caitlin, as soon as possible. Sometimes it takes a little time to process that and get it uploaded to where we can share it with you. But there are a couple people who had to miss a virtual session or two, and we definitely want them to be able to watch prior to the in-person sessions. So that's the goal, is to get them out there as soon as we can. And it looks like we have Dan.
Yeah, where's Waldo?
Yeah. Both. Caitlin, we'll email you where to find it. Dan, it's all yours.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought maybe I'd get some grandiose introduction or something, but I guess I'm not so lucky today. Okay. Well, welcome everybody. I joined in a little bit earlier, so I kind of heard Frank and Nate give their talks on the state regulation side of things. So now we're going to talk a little bit about our federal laws and regulations. Now, I will admit that, this does come into play more for our NRCS planners because we need to follow the NEPA regulations, which is the National Environmental Protection. But those of you that are in county conservation districts and other things, a lot of what we do still falls under state regulations, and a lot of what you're doing, especially if you become a certified planner and are planning on behalf of NRCS, then you need to be familiar with these federal laws and regulations that we deal with every day as conservation planners. So our objectives today are to understand compliance requirements when providing NRCS assistance. We're also going to talk about understanding the roles and responsibilities of NRCS, its partners, and farmers in addressing those compliance responsibilities. So if you have any questions as I go along, it's not the sexiest of topics, but it's as questions pop up, feel free to put them in the chat, raise your hand, and we'll get those addressed. So let's talk a little bit about some definitions. Going back to, well, maybe you guys don't know School of Rock and all those other neat cartoons that we had growing up, but there was we talk about some of our civics classes, but let's talk about the definition of a law. So our laws are written by the legislative branch and approved by the executive branch, and that is what establishes regulations. So regulations are those items that are written by agencies and provide clarification to the public necessary for the implementation of a law. Okay. And then there's policies. And policies are written by agencies that provide internal procedures necessary to implement the laws and regulations. Okay, so we are bound to follow laws. Obviously, then there's regulations that help us interpret the law, and then our own entities write policies that then give us guidance on how to go about following those laws and regulations. So let's talk a little bit about NRCS policy. So from the NRCS side of things, we help our clients plan and apply conservation practices that are in compliance with applicable laws and regulations. Same thing as if you're working for the conservation district and other partners. Again, we are, anytime that we're applying a conservation practice, and that's usually meeting the standards and specifications listed in our field office technical guide, you'll see that when you read through a lot of those standards, it will talk about needing to implement those practices in conjunction with federal, state, local laws and regulations. So a lot of our practices have it right there to remind us that, we can't, well, even though we're helping farmers, and a lot of times farmers might have their own ideas on what they want to do, we have to remember that as we're providing this assistance, we have to make sure that we plan, we're not breaking any laws when we're implementing these practices. So again, NRCS and even conservation districts must comply with the laws, regulations, and executive orders applicable to our agency. So again, from NRCS policy side, our overarching policy is NEPA, so our National Environmental Policy Act. And within that, there are some specifics. So if anybody's familiar with filling out the CPA 52, when you get down to the special environmental concern section of that CPA 52, that's really the NEPA part of it. That is where it breaks out all the federal law. So, and there's about 13 of them, but most of us are very familiar with the National Endangered Species Act, Cultural Resources, Clean Water Act, and all of that. So, and then also, we have the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act. So again, there's the information that we in conservation plans that we develop, are protected from, that they can't be shared without the client's written consent. And obviously there's some other executive orders and related NRCS policy. And, there's some that go with wetlands. NRCS has some executive orders that we have to follow in our planning procedures. So who is responsible for compliance? Essentially, we're kind of all responsible for compliance. Again, when we write the conservation plan, obviously we want to make sure our plan and our designs and our implementation schedules and where we want to do those practices are planned so that we don't jeopardize that client from being out of compliance. But again, landowners or operators are responsible for compliance. So again, if we plan a stream crossing, we put in our design, we talk to the producer about the importance of obtaining a permit from DEP to install that. It is the client's responsibility to go ahead and obtain that permit in order to install that practice. So, if if we inform the producer that they must do that, and the producer says, I'm not going to worry about getting that permit from DEP, and they install that crossing, we are not liable for that. It's up to the producer to make sure that they are obtaining the permits in order to do that work. And again, the same thing as if you're working with the districts as a district employee, same thing. We need to be talking to our clients about their responsibility to follow all the laws and regulations. And partner employees might have some different responsibilities. Those would be like our Pheasants Forever partners and some other NGOs or non-governmental officials that are working on behalf of NRCS. So, do NRCS policies apply to partners? And the answer is basically yes. So again, even our partners, when we're doing conservation planning, everybody needs to adhere to what's the practice standards and specifications that are located in the Field Office Technical Guide and also other related policies. Our conservation districts, again, when we're doing those conservation practices, even with stuff like ACAP, regulations say that those practices are to be following the standards and specifications within the Pennsylvania Field Office Technical Guide. And, especially partners that are under an NRCS agreement. We do have some conservation districts that are partner employees, and we have them under an agreement. Our Pheasants Forevers, they are working as basically an agent of NRCS. So again, need to be following all those policies at all times. So what are your responsibilities? Okay, so as a conservation planner, anybody that's providing technical assistance, we all have a role in recognizing which practices are subject to all the laws and regulations. So again, water encroachments, Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, National Endangered Species Act. And again, it's our responsibility to provide the landowner or that operator with the contact information to get any necessary applications, permits, forms, etc. Again, typically in NRCS, we are not doing the actual work for the permit. However, we do provide everything that the landowner needs to make application for those permits. So, we provide the maps and the technical data, our construction plans and designs, specifications, anything that they need in order to get those permits. And then, but our responsibilities are also that we cannot begin to help that producer with actual installation of those practices until they have obtained that permit, any rights or approvals. So again, just because they mailed it in doesn't mean we can start doing construction. We need to confirm that operator or landowner has obtained all those permits before we can start providing technical assistance. So how does NRCS comply with the different laws and regulations? So as I mentioned before, our big form that we use is the CPA 52, otherwise known as the Environmental Evaluation Worksheet. And again, this is one big document that includes how we document our compliance with NEPA. If you're familiar with the 52, the bulk of the session is basically where we're documenting the resource concerns. But then when we get to the special environmental concerns, that's, as I mentioned before, that's where we are getting into the actual laws and regulations. So as I mentioned, there's about 13 of them. I won't go through and read the whole list, but there are some that are not applicable to all areas of Pennsylvania. So coastal zone management areas, there's only certain areas in Pennsylvania, basically Lake Erie, and there are some areas along the Delaware River that fit into that coastal zone. Coral reefs. We are not touching the ocean. Typically, that is not applicable in Pennsylvania. Essential fish habitat. In past, we have not really had to deal with that because that's talking about habitat on coastal waters, and that's actually regulated by NOAA. But however, as things are migrating out of the Chesapeake Bay, we're starting to see that we may have to address essential fish habitat. But typically, that's not something that we have here that we deal with in Pennsylvania. But everything else is, we have to do our due diligence in looking at how our actions are in compliance with all of these different national laws and regulations. Talk a little about our Freedom of Information and Privacy Act. As I mentioned before, the FOIA generally provides any person that has a court enforceable right to access federal agency records, except for when those portions and records are protected from disclosure. So again, our NRCS records are protected anytime that they need to be released. We need that written documentation from that producer in order to release any data. Okay, so the Privacy Act of 1974 was enacted, again, to prevent individuals from invasion of their privacy. Again, looking at protecting that information because, sometimes our conservation plans have sensitive information in there that does not need to be shared with the general public and should not be shared. So again, we are always looking at protecting that information, and it's our responsibility to protect that and not release that without consent of the landowner. One thing that you may have heard about here and there is, in NRCS terms, we call it 1619, but that's actually Section 1619 of the 2008 Farm Bill. Okay, and what this is saying, again, this goes back to the privacy and how we protect information and do not share it. So essentially, 1619 is saying that any employee or contractor or cooperator of the department will not disclose any information provided by a landowner concerning their operation, farming or conservation practices, the land itself, in order to participate in programs of the department. Or this also applies to geospatial information, so maps, aerial photographs. That is all protected information. It seems like it might be harmless to share some maps, but again, if we have specific conservation practices mapped out, that is actually protected information. And again, we have to do our due diligence in making sure that, and a lot of times even from the NRCS side of things, we forget about, we run our PNDI searches for our threatened and endangered species. A lot of times we think, oh, well, we get a hit for something from one of the cooperating agencies, and we'll just send them a quick map to show where the practices are. So we hope that that agency clears that hit. However, those are state agencies. They're not federal agencies. And based on Section 1619, if we're going to provide that information to those other state agencies, we need written consent from that producer to be able to share that information. So again, think about how we need to do our best job at protecting that information that our landowners and cooperators have entrusted us with. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about sharing data between our partners and privacy and the right to know. So as I've mentioned over and over again in this brief talk, again, our Privacy Act requires that there has to be prior written consent for us to release those records. NRCS has a specific form that we provide to the landowner that they must sign, has to have their written signature on it, and they can also designate which agencies they want to release their information to, and they can also designate a time frame in which we can release that information. So, again, that's one thing that we want to talk to our producers about. If we need to share some information with another agency, we want to be upfront and be working with our producers and saying, hey, we need to share this, but how long? How long can we do this? Is it indefinite? Or, they can specify, hey, we only want you to share this information for 6 weeks, 3 months. But again, they need to fill that out, specify who we can release that information to, how long of a time period we may release that information, sign that, and return that to us. So not a real big topic. I could go in a lot more detail. I know we're kind of running behind, but any questions on, as I said, I didn't really go over every specific federal law, but does anybody have any questions about federal laws and regulations and how it relates to conservation planning?
Dan, it looks like there's a question in the chat. If the producer is on rented/leased land, do you need the producers and/or the landowner's written consent?
So it would be who has control of the land. So typically on a rented tract, we are still working with the operator. So it would be the written consent from the owner of that conservation plan. So a lot of times, even on our rented tracts, the landowner does not have access to that conservation plan. So, so it would be the cooperator that we're working with. Okay, any other questions? And as you go through the different trainings, especially for those of you that are interested in becoming a conservation planner, we do go more in depth into each of these different laws and regulations and how our actions. So again, today is more of kind of that overview on how things work, but we're not expecting you after today to be experts on it. But again, just give you that overview into our responsibilities. All right.
Well, Dan, because we were scrambling a little bit when you were first starting, and you are right, we didn't really give you an introduction. We'll give your voice a rest for 2 seconds while we just go ahead and make sure everybody knows who Dan is. So Dan Ludwig is our state resource conservationist for NRCS and an illustrious Penn State graduate. He works out of the Harrisburg office, and you will probably see him out and about in your career because he tends to show up in all places and is an excellent resource to tap into for all the things that you're going to be doing when you're going out and looking for resource concerns and exploring farmland in Pennsylvania and thinking about which programs and practices are best for helping those farmers. Do you need more
So-
time to rest, Dan?
I'm loading the next presentation.
That's
so
fine.
Great
Paul, you got
introduction.
anything to add about working with Dan?
I mean, what is there to say about Dan Ludwig that hasn't already been said?
So essentially, I just gotta toot my horn a little bit more. So essentially, I am in charge of our ecological sciences department. And that's the other half of us is the engineering side of things. So my staff includes Mark Goodson, who is the state agronomist. We have Brian Campbell, who's our state grazing specialist. And then currently I have vacancies for our state biologist and our state forester. But then I also have Diana Barnes. She is our resource conservationist who basically is in charge of conservation planning. So we provide the technical support for all of the ecological sciences practices and also pretty much run the conservation planning program on behalf of NRCS. But yes, as you work through your careers, you will run into me. I tend to get out there a bunch and always willing to help out wherever I can. So, okay, so let's move into the next one because we'll see how well we can get you out of here closer to noon instead of 12:15. This presentation is a little bit longer, but a little bit more geared towards what you're going to be seeing and discussing in the field coming up in our week-long session here at the end of the month. So we're going to talk a little bit about resource concerns and inventorying those resources. So in NRCS, we have conservation planning is broken down into the 9 steps of planning, and you're going to hear us refer to this a number of times throughout different trainings that you come to. So we're definitely talking about it here at boot camp. For those of you that may be interested in intro to conservation planning and becoming a certified planner, everything that we do kind of revolves around these 9 steps of planning. And again, it's pretty much the framework on how we develop conservation plans. We have, and it's broken down into 3 different phases. So the first 3 steps fall under, identifying the problems and opportunities. So again, that's where we're looking at when we go out to the farm. What resource concerns, what issues are we seeing? Is there overgrazing of the pasture? Do we have erosion in the crop field? Do we have lack of habitat for wildlife? And what are the opportunities to address those resource concerns? Then we determine, step 2 is determining the objectives. So again, that's working with, it goes hand in hand with working with the producer to determine, what are their objectives to their operation and treating those problems that we've identified. And then inventorying the resources. What resources are out there between our planning guidance and also the resources that the producer has to address those. Can be things such as the equipment that they have. How profitable is their operation? Do they have the capital to be able to implement these different plans? Again, looking at those resources that's out there for them. And then the second phase is analyzing the resource data. So again, a lot of the times we have different assessments that help us evaluate how we can help that producer solve those resource concerns or meeting planning criteria. And then step 5 is formulating the alternatives. So again, basically looking at what's happening in the farm, working with the producer and saying, well, you could do this or you could do that. How are we going to address those resource concerns? And then we evaluate those alternatives. Again, looking at what resources does the farmer have to do it. And then if we do a good job through steps 1 through 6, that is where we allow the producer to make those decisions. Because again, a conservation plan is not really a to-do list. Sometimes we get off on a little tangent when we write our conservation plans, and we say, oh, well, you should do this, 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 and this. But it's ultimately that conservation plan serves as a record of decisions. So again, what goes in the conservation plan is what the producer has decided to do. So if we're doing a good job at the first 6 steps, the producer is going to have the best information out there in order to allow them to make the decisions, which then once they make the decisions, move to step 8, which actually implementing the plan. And typically that's where financial assistance comes in, whether it's through our different programs like EQIP or RCPP, could also be with ACAP funds. And then, the one step that we hardly ever get a chance to do is evaluate the plan, where we come back after those practices have been installed and we go back and we say, hey, did what we planned and how the producer implemented those practices, did that solve our resource concerns? Is there more that we need to do? Is there more, are there other opportunities on the farm that the farmer is now interested in doing, maybe in an update to their conservation plan that they weren't ready to do when they signed their current plan? So again, you're going to hear a lot about this 9 steps of planning over time. But again, this is basically the pillar of how we go about developing a conservation plan. All right. So let's talk a little bit about and get a little interactive here so you all don't fall asleep on me. So let's play a game of what's the problem? Okay. What's the problem that you see in this picture? You can either type it in the chat, you can shout it out. Erosion. Sediment from the farm field. Concentrated flow, potential gully forming. All right, you guys are on it. Planted in a natural waterway. Hey, I'm liking these. I'm liking what you guys are coming up with. And exactly, you all are correct. So here again, we have erosion happening on this farm. So again, and what our job to do as conservation plannings is to kind of look at what's causing this erosion to happen. Okay, so we've identified that. Okay, we've planted through a concentrated flow area, but what else may be happening further up the hill where you can see the erosion starting? What's that critical point up there that's causing this erosion to happen? So this is where we need to get out, walk the field, and really look at it. So we have erosion, but what's that stemming from? It could be from lack of cover crop, lack of cover on the field after the cropping sequence, or sometimes our gullies are formed by side hill seeps. So there might be a seep popping out in that hill, which then allows water to trickle. And then when we get a rainstorm, because that ground is saturated, that concentrated flow, the soil's already loosened up, and that essentially allows erosion to happen. And also, again, this fence is doing a great job at trapping that sediment, but we also have an issue if there's a stream below this fence, then we are actually allowing sediment to get into that stream. Okay. Good job. Let's go to the next. And what do you see here? This picture might be a little tricky, but if my cursor is, oh, wait, ooh, laser pointer. Oh, look at that. All right, pretty quiet. All right, I'll use my laser pointer. What are you seeing here? There we go, Anastasia, perfect. Compaction issues, exactly. We got this, it looks like a soybean plant, but yes, that main root is going sideways, not straight down, typically because of a compaction issue. All right, or it could be because of the soils that we have. Is the soil type on this farm, does it have a natural fragipan or that's creating this? But yes, we have some sort of compaction issue, whether it's from tillage and farming operations or natural soil conditions. All right, let's move to the next slide here. What are we seeing in this field here? Concentrated flow. Yes. I guess let me go back here. So when we talk about our different types of erosion, what kind of erosion would we call this? Gully erosion. Can we be a little more specific? Because we have two types of gully erosion. Real erosion? No. Ephemeral? No, not yet. So this is what we would consider a classic gully. Okay, so it has pretty much it has head cutting. So again, over time, what we consider head cutting is the gully starts here, and over time, if left unaddressed, this gully is gonna start cutting back up here. But we kind of have a defined cut here or incision. I guess we'll say incision versus. I'll go back here. This here would be ephemeral gully. So again, kind of the difference between ephemeral gully is ephemeral gullies typically happen due to flowing of water. But a simple tillage operation could fix this. Basically, we could come through here with a chisel plow or disc or something. We could disc this shut and plan back across it. However, on our classic gullies, these are typically cut in, and no matter how much tillage that you do, this gully is going to basically remain. And how do classic gullies typically form? Any ideas? So our classic gullies are commonly formed by concentrated flow. So again, typically it may be coming from a culvert pipe, from across the road. We don't have a good outlet from that pipe. We could also have water running off, coming from another conservation practice like a diversion or a terrace that's not properly sized. But again, this is right. This usually is caused by flowing water on a continual basis. Okay. So, what's the problem? Let's talk about this. Is it definable? Okay, so does it meet a definition? Okay, so there we're saying yes, we can define it because we've identified whether it's compaction due to, tillage, its natural soil properties, is it caused by concentrated flow? Defensible, can we use scientific based guide information to say that we know how it's caused and we know that these practices can fix them and keep them from coming back? Consistent, again, all of our conservation practices that we have are developed from national conservation practice standards, and each state has the ability to take that national, and if we need to adjust it for state specific things that we see here, because obviously Pennsylvania is going to be different from Wyoming, we can change, we can add guidance to our standards to be able to address that. And then do we have consensus? So again, when Pennsylvania looks at our conservation practices, anytime they're revised from the national, which happens on a 3-year basis, we open it up for comment, and we allow our partners through our state technical committee to look at our practice standards and provide input from their specific agencies on, does everybody agree? And then basically we collect all those comments, and that's what allows us to release that finalized standard for everybody to use. So let's talk about our planning, our resource concerns and planning criteria. So we have a big list out there, and if you go onto the Field Office Technical Guide, in Section 3 is where you will find this document. And essentially, this document talks about what is the resource concern. So if you're familiar with the CPA 52, we have our SWAPA plus HE resource concern. So SWAPA is soil, water, air, plants, animals, plus the human and energy. So planning criteria is essentially, what does it take for this resource concern to exist, or what does it take in order for us to, if there is a resource concern, what actions does it take to say that we've treated it and it's not going to come back? Okay, so this document is probably, we've updated it, NRCS nationally updated it. So it's, if you've got, there's an older version from 2013. If you still have that, you want to throw that out and get a copy of this document here. So just a little bit into our planning criteria. So it's broken down into every single resource concern that's out there. So talking about sheet and rill erosion. So again, it tells you what that is. And then, it's going to say, and then we break it down by land use. So again, it's saying, well, on cropland, in order to say that we don't have we're meeting planning criteria and the resource concern is essentially non-existent, our water erosion needs to be less than or equal to T. So when we use our Russell calculations, we take all the tillage operations, the cropping sequences, and we look at what that sheet and rill erosion is. And if we go out on the farm, if it's not there, we run our Russell. If we're below T, then we can say that we're meeting planning criteria. Or if we need, say they're above T, in order to meet planning criteria, we have to plan a rotation or install different practices that will allow us to make it so that erosion is less than or equal to T. And then it also gives you, what tools can we use? So, so Russell 2 is what we are using to look at sheet and reel erosion. Some of our other ones are based on visual observation and client input. So, we really don't have an assessment tool for sheet and reel on forest, farmstead, associated ag land. So again, it's what do you see on the farm? But then when it comes to pasture, essentially to meet planning criteria, there's 10 elements within the pasture condition score, and it's going to tell you that in order to meet planning criteria, these different elements, soil erosion, percent desirable plants, and plant cover elements must be greater than or equal to 4. So if we go out to the farm and we run this assessment and everything's greater than 4, unless we see something otherwise, then this assessment tool allows us to tell us whether or not the current situations meet planning criteria, or if we have these different ones that are less than 4, what management does the producer need to do on their pasture in order to raise their scores to be 4 or higher? So we pretty much talked about, just kind of went over this part of it. Again, sheet and reel erosion. So I won't go over that again. Okay. So this, again, going back to our picture of our ephemeral gullies. So as I mentioned, you can go and run your Russell 2, and it might tell you that your soil erosion is less than T. But then you go out in the field and you see this. Okay, so essentially what we're getting at here is, the Russell is only looking at sheet and reel erosion, which is that groundwater flowing across that's moving the soil particles, forming those rills. So the rills are the little lines, the finger-like things, and as the water concentrates and velocities pick up, then that's when those gullies start to form. So, you can have sheet and reel erosion treated, but because of different factors that's happening in the field, you can, just because you have one resource concern that meets planning criteria doesn't mean that other resource concerns aren't going to develop that. So, while we plan and say that maybe this rotation meets T, obviously, there's more work that needs to be done, and we need to find the cause of why this ephemeral gully is forming, and what do we need to do so it does not, after we treat it, it does not come back. So again, here is this a pasture? Would this meet planning criteria if you walked out there and saw this? Destiny says, oh, that's a big ACA. Right. The producer thinks it's a pasture, but, and we can plan it as a pasture, but there's going to be an awful lot of management that we're going to have to look at to treat these resource concerns in order to meet planning criteria. So in pastures, a lot of times it's all about managing the grazing. We can say that, we can plan practices like pasture and hayland planting to replant the forages back into that pasture. However, if we don't change how work with the producer to change their management of the pastures, we could reseed this and still have the same result. So again, looking at our resource concern, we can identify, and we might not even need the PCS because visual observations tell us there's basically nothing out there. But then, we have to start thinking about and working with giving the producer alternatives on how they might be able to manage this pasture. Do they need a heavy use area to pen the animals up to allow those pastures to rest and regrow? Do they need additional pasture acres to support the number of animals that they have? But again, we're going out there and we're looking at these resource concerns and formulating these different alternatives. So ephemeral gully, kind of talked about this. It's results in these small gullies in the flow area that can be fixed by tillage. But again, there's really no assessment tool to do it. It's all about what we see, and then how do we manage them to stop them from progressing? No evidence that once we implement a conservation practice or a suite of practices, that they will redevelop. Because if we treat them with some conservation practices and they come back, have we treated that resource concern? Have we really met planning criteria? So that's our goal is, our goal is to find that resource concern, present alternatives that will basically keep this, that'll treat the resource concern and prevent it from coming back. Okay, so we talked about what the classic gully is. Kind of got ahead of myself again, but again, so we'll skip that. Save a little bit of time. Again, what's it going to take in order to fix this gully from coming back? Obviously, at one point, we have to look, was this a designed waterway? Or was this, we said, well, it's a concentrated flow area, so we won't farm through it. We'll try to manage it as a plow skip, or, a grass waterway. But obviously, there's something else going on here that's still allowing this water to form, or this gully to form. So do we need to cut upslope water off, so we're reducing the amount that's coming in? Or if this wasn't a designed waterway, do we need to run some calculations and actually design this to handle the flows in order to keep this gully from forming again? So another one we deal with a lot is our bank erosion on streams. So again, do we have in a pasture, do we have livestock that have access to the stream banks? Do we not have a buffer? Do we not have enough vegetation that prevents this from forming during high flow events? So again, essentially we're looking at these, trying to figure out what can we do to prevent them from happening? And again, what this is saying is some of the different assessment tools that we can use. In a pasture, we actually have an element that addresses stream bank erosion. And then SFAP2 is another tool that we haven't really rolled out for use in cropland on all that, but something that we're starting to use more, especially for stream habitat management. But again, what we're really looking at is how do we define it? How do we fix it? So again, looking at, obviously we have stream bank erosion, animals had access to it. So how do we fix that? Will just excluding the livestock from the pasture fix this? Or do we need additional conservation practices, such as a forested riparian buffer to add cover and add plantings to hold that back? Soil compaction. So again, that's compaction that's throughout the soil profile, that's impacting plant productivity, biological activity, infiltration, and aeration. So how do we determine that? A lot of times when we go out to the field, if we see a lot of ruts in the field from the farmer being out there when it's a little wet, we can naturally deduce that there's probably going to be some compaction issues. But we do have some different tools. If you've used a soil penetrometer, basically it gives us guidance, to say, when you use your penetrometer, where are you hitting those high pressures, and how well does that probe sink through the soil profile. Again, if we went out here, used our penetrometer, or we could actually even dig a hole. A lot of times, as you go through our soil health trainings, we talk a lot about, just taking a spade out in the field, dig a quick hole 12 inches deep. A lot of times you'll be able to see those platy structures, which is a compaction issue. If they're doing a lot of tillage, you may even be able to dig down and actually find what we would call that plow pan. But again, even if we dig up a plants, we can see that we've got some sort of compaction. And what do we need to do to work with the producer to fix that compaction? Because obviously, it's impacting plant productivity, it's impacting soil health. So excessive water, looking at ponding, flooding, seasonal high water table. So again, some of this is natural, so seasonal high water table, that's a natural soil. I just lost my word. Natural soil property. Okay, it's where is that seasonal high water coming up? Are we dealing with partially hydric soils? Again, is it causing a resource concern, and what can we do to treat that? Some of the big ones that we get into is water quality degradation, excess nutrients in surface and groundwater. So again, nutrients are those organic or inorganic that are making their way into water either through surface runoff or leaching through the different soils. And what do we need to do to treat that? If we're over applying nutrients, we can use 590 to address that. If we can also look at using filter strips, different riparian buffers, either forested or herbaceous buffer. But again, we need to look at what's causing that, what's allowing those nutrients to get into surface and groundwater, and again, what do we need to do to protect and prevent that from happening. Again, on our pasture, looking at this, we could have nutrients entering surface and groundwater, based on our stocking rates. Do we have too many cows out there for too long a time? They're applying nutrients over and above what the grass can actually take up and use. So obviously we're building nutrients, and easily rainstorm can wash them in the surface water, and depending on the type of soils, they can actually leach through the soil profile as well. So again, we can look at 590, but we can also use grazing management to try to fix those resource concerns. The same thing at this. Again, obviously no grass cover, so on a big rainstorm, easily for nutrients to move off down the hill. There's actually a stream down in here, so there's really no protection. So what do we need to do? We have identified that resource concern, but what do we need to do in order to prevent that from happening and keep it from persisting? Another situation you might have here is, on crop fields, we have, direct conduits. If we've got nutrients running from in the headquarters areas, running out of barnyards, are they getting into natural concentrated flow areas, or even some of our design practices like diversions? Again, we have to look at practices that'll keep those nutrients from making their way into our different streams and water bodies. So our plant productivity and health, again, we're looking at improper fertility management or our plants that are not adapted to the site. So how do we identify if we have this resource concern? Is some of the figures that we use on cropland is, is a crop yield at least 75% of the realistic yield expectations. So if the producer's not, we can look at our soil ratings and say, oh, well, this should grow X number of bushels per crop per acre, or it should yield this many tons of silage or pasture. If we're not reaching that, then we can deduce that we have a resource concern. Again, PCS on pasture will help us identify that. And again, looking at, typically this is a management type of a resource concern. So what can we work with the producer to do to fix this? Again, is it a fertility issue, or is it overall management? Okay, going back to this is just a great picture. I really like using this picture because again, we're not growing enough grass to utilize the nutrients that are being deposited on there. So again, sure, we can plant more grass, but again, if we're not managing the animals, we're still depositing more nutrients than what the plants can utilize to grow. And also, especially on our pastures, if this is continually used as pasture, it has a history of historical pasture with high stocking